Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Wendy Gardner and happy Mother's Day. This is a great day for us, all us mums. Now, one of the first things I want to say is please do send us pictures of your makes that you've made for your mum. We want to see them. We want to see what everybody's been doing out there. And also today, I said yesterday that we had some special news for today, and the special news for today is that we have, this is going to be hard for me to say by the way, free P&P all day. Free P&P. So you're not paying $3.95 for your P&P, you pay zilch. And that's all day. So you have to put in the code when you're checking out mum P&P, mum P&P. And you'll get your P&P for free, which means if you have some little items that you want to buy and you thought about buying, but you're thinking, well, that's only £3 and then $3.95 P&P just makes it not right. Now's the time to buy those little items. And that works every single time you check out. So you can use it again and again and again. Just like when you pay $3.95, that works all day. It's the same. It's free all day, however many times you check out. And on this show today, we have got lots of lovely little bits and pieces that we all need to replenish regularly. And this is the time to buy them. So let's start with the early bird. Now, the early bird today, it's not the scissors. It's half price. It's the scissor block. It's this lovely millwood scissor block with it's a wooden block, and in it you can put your scissors, so you keep them all together and you just slot them in to the different slots, and it keeps them nice and safe, and you're not likely to cut yourself when you're rumbling around inside your workbox trying to grab your scissors. So it's a really great block. Doesn't take the pinking shears, I have to tell you that, but any other kind of scissors, there they are, all stacked up, different pairs of scissors. You can fit in 12 pairs if you've got that many. Oh, and it's pine wood, just to let you know. You can get 12 pairs of scissors. Even I haven't got 12 pairs of scissors, but you can. But and of course, what you need to make sure is that you have the right scissor for the job. So you have your embroidery shears, you have your paper cutting scissors, general purpose, dressmaking. So you do need quite a lot of pairs. And what I've done is I've actually kind of spaced them out. And they're all to hand, so you don't get tempted to grab your dressmaking shears to cut out that pattern because you can't find your paper scissors, because they're all there safely stored. And of course, yes, Kat's just saying you can write on it because it's wood. You can write on it, "Don't touch my scissors," and that's you again, Mel, if you're watching. So I keep saying that because I've got a friend called Mel. And her daughter was into sewing, got into sewing, and so I bought her a nice little sewing box with dressmaking scissors and everything in it to set her all up. And when I went round to do a tutorial with her, she was using some really awful scissors. And I said, "What's happened to those nice scissors?" "Oh, Mum used them to cut the bacon, and then she dropped them down the side of the cooker." I know, Mel, I know what you did. So please keep your dressmaking scissors for dressmaking and not for cutting the bacon. Okay. So this is our early bird, $5.49, and don't forget, that's it, no P&P to add, it's $5.49, which is half the regular price. So that's a really great little tool, lovely. So lots of people have got them in their baskets. You can check out as many times as you like, of course, so don't worry about that if you want to make sure you definitely secure getting this, because as you know, we said before, just because it's in your basket, it's not yours until you've checked out. So if we get to the point, and I'm not saying we're there, but if we get to the point where we have more in the baskets than we have available, some people lose out. And I know that can be an issue, so I'm just mentioning that. So, but as I said, we have got lots of other tools. Oh, let's just read this message. A message, Happy Mother's Day. It's not on the bottom of the screen, but Oh, very good. That sounds good. That's Pauline. Lucky you, Pauline. Your daughter's bought flowers and chocolates and a Sewing Street voucher. I like that. That's a good one. My oldest son's going to paint my bathroom for me, which I think is a pretty good present. I'm pleased with that. So don't forget, to get your free post and package, you do need the code MUMPNP. So just use that. And you can phone up the call centre, which I did the other day. Marvellous people, can't say enough good things about them. They were so friendly. In fact, I think the guy I spoke to the second time was called Nick, I think. So if you, and I know he's working this weekend because he said, really good fun bloke, lovely, and very, very helpful. So let me move over to the other screen. So I'll do the menu, and then because what I want to do is I want to get on with these lovely tools that we've got. So I'm going to take my stuff over. Right, so what have we got today? So as I mentioned, we have got the tools, which we're going to do in just a minute. And then I'm joined by the very, very lovely Rachel Illsley, and had a great chat with her. My goodness, she is amazing. She's got so many skills. So she is coming to show us how to make this really super cute pony, which I've got behind me here. It is so gorgeous, and it's in a book, so we've got the book as well. We've got some kits to show. Then at 10, I've just moved away from the fabrics that are on the other desk there. We have got Kingston fabrics, beautiful fabrics. They're kind of muted and quite traditional prints and things, really, really lovely. And then we have got a big, bold circles cushion, again with Rachel. This is a project that she's made with a lot of love and attention. It's big. It's very difficult to see how big it is when you see it just as a picture. It's like a floor cushion. It's a very big project. And it's made out of layer cake packs. But it's made out of fat quarters that have been cut into that. So, we've got fat quarters on the show, we've got layer cakes on the show. So you've got all these different options to go with it. And then we have got the final hour, which is pre-cuts and books. And we have got some barley pop strips. Gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. And we've got lots of lovely different books on there to use all the pre-cuts. Everything is on pre-order. So you can get a sneak preview and go onto the website. So let's just dive in and get going. So what we're going to start with, the slow line glue pen. So can you see this this little box here is going to come up later, but we put some of our bits and bobs in the box. So let's get that. So the glue pen. This is the glue pen. It's a small, tiny little thing, and you get one refill with it. It comes in the pack, so it comes in this nice pack with a refill. Basically, it's a glue stick. It's one I use all the time. I used it to do the daffodil placemats and napkins that I did yesterday. You can just run it along your ribbon or whatever, and then it just temporarily holds it in the right place so that you can sew, and you sew it on straight. Here's the little glue stick that comes with it. So that's what you get. So you get a little replacement glue stick. But we also are selling a pack of replacements. We'll do those in a moment, but just thinking. So this has been out of stock for so long, and it really is a handy thing to have because it's free P&P. So this is £6.99. So as I say, on a normal day, you might think, well, I really want that, but I don't want to pay £3.95 postage just for that. You don't have to. Today, you get free post and packing. So it's back in stock, but we don't know for how long, and we only have, what we've got in at the moment, and that's it. So this is this pen, really handy. It just holds things, trims, ribbons in place before you sew. Tricky little areas where you want to sew in absolute place. It doesn't dry particularly hard. Needle goes through it really easily. It's not a problem at all. Although it's got a bright colour, you can't see that once you've put the trim in place, etc. So don't worry about that. But you can see where you've glued when you're gluing, which is really useful when you're trying to position trims in place. Absolutely lovely little tool there. So it's one that I have and use a lot. And let me show you the refills. So this is quite a good idea. If you're going to get that pen, you don't want to suddenly find you've run out and then you can't pick up the refills. And again, it's another item which is low price, £6.99. I'm not dismissing that's still a price, but if you were having to buy that and P&P on top, it suddenly makes it unaffordable. But buy it today, you have them in your store cupboard, and then you can use them as and when you need them, and you won't be out of stock. So that's a really nice little thing. Got different colour ones there. I don't know the particular relevance of that, but yeah, easy to refill. They all dry clear, so it's possibly just to see when you put it on, you can see which bit of trim you've put it on. It's very, very easy to change. The instructions on the back on how to. So that's our first little item. Right, let's go for the webbing. So we've got different colours, and we've got faux leather ones as well. So which one should we start with? This colourful one? Okay, so this is BGZW24. And what's good about this is, so this is strapping basically. It's strapping for when you're making bags. Look at that. And on the other side, it's sort of like a faux leather. Oh, yeah, Kat's just said you could even use it as straps on the dungarees or something. That would look cool, wouldn't it? Or you could even put a belt buckle on it and you can make a belt. It's a 1 metre piece, so you can make a belt if you're not too big. I'd have to worry about that. Yeah, so it's really nice. It makes a lovely finish to a bag. So that's that colour, so I like that colour. As I'm sure you by now realise, I would like that colour because it's bright colours. It's really sweet. It's very nice. It's sort of woven on, and then on the other side, as I say, it's faux leather. So it's very nice finish there. Or we can have the next one, which again is sort of rainbow colours. And this one, again, lovely colours, look. So 25 millimetre or 2.5 centimetres or 1 inch, depending on which measurements you prefer. And again, it's got this sort of woven rainbow colours on it. So it's really colourful. And the good thing about some rainbow colours like this is it doesn't really matter what colour bag you're making. It will go with it because you've got all these choices. So that's really, really pretty. And again, it has, on the back of it, it's the faux leather. So these are quite handy to have. So what are these? This is £2.99. This is exactly the reason we have them on the show today, because small price items, add them to your bag and don't worry about post and packing. So then if you're not into bright colours, not everybody is, look, you can just go for a plain. So it feels like leather, it looks like leather, but it's faux leather. So no animals or humans hurt in the making of this. So this is the navy. Yeah, it's going to be made out of Elliot if he's not very quiet. So yeah, this is navy, so it's the same width. It's the 2.5 or 25 millimetre or 1 inch, and it's a metre. Same on both sides. So that's a nice one. That's a nice navy, and of course that would go with all sorts of colours. Useful to have. If you're ever into bag making, it's quite handy to have this in your arsenal, and it kind of gives a professional finish to bags, I think, if you have a sort of proper strap as opposed to just a cloth strap. And then finally, we've got a sort of burgundy colour. What are you calling this colour? Oh, you are calling it burgundy. So again, it's the faux leather or pleather or whatever you want to call it. On both sides, it's the same. Sort of stitched down the side. We don't often bring these to air because they are sort of small items, and we appreciate that, but they are always on the website. But you would just have to remember on a normal day that if you bought them, you'd want to sort of add other things to the basket to make the post and packing worth it. You don't have to worry about that today. It's all free P&P. So that's our strapping, webbing. Let's do hook and loop tape. So this is another very small item. Very small item, hook and loop tape. You'll know it mostly as Velcro, but Velcro's a trade name, so this is why we call it hook and loop tape, but that's what it is. And it's got the two strips, one is hook and one is loop. This one is a stick-on one. So this black is a stick-on one. So actually it's quite useful if you wanted to make cushions that you put on outside wooden furniture. You can stick half of it on the wooden furniture and then you sew the other half onto the cushion back, and then you stick them on and then you take them indoors when you finish with it. So this is a stick-on one. It's 2 centimetres wide, so 3/4 of an inch wide, and you get 50 centimetres, I think. But you can, obviously, you can buy 2 packs, 3 packs, 4 packs. So this is only £1.95. Again, one of those things, quite a good idea to have in your workbox. And then this one, so this is in white, and this one is sew on. So this one you sew on both pieces. So it's quite a good fastening. I remember, so I'm going to date myself now, back in the day, I remember watching a presenter and she was showing how to make shoulder pads, and she used Velcro so that they could be put on temporarily. But she was making them and making grand things to wear on the outside, because back in the day it was quite fashionable. So I'm probably really dating myself there. So Velcro's really good. It's quite good. It's good for pockets and things on outside of pockets. And of course, this is, again, it's 50 centimetres, 2 centimetres wide, 3/4 of an inch, just over half a yard, which means you might want to buy 2 or 3 packs. So you've got it in your workroom. So that's really, really handy little thing. So that's those. Can I go to the threads? Because these are lovely. I'm going to start with the smaller ones. So we've got three really nice boxes. I'm going to start with, I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to start with this one. This is the colourful one. So these 3 little boxes here, and they're really sweet. So Gutermann is a very, very well-known thread. I'm sure most of you will have heard of Gutermann thread before. Very well-known, general-purpose thread, so all good for all sorts of projects, from quilting, dressmaking, bag making, etc. And what you get in this is you've got, not only do you get this lovely little nostalgic tin, but you get 8 reels. These are 100 millimetre reels, and it's 100% polyester, so it can be used for all sorts of projects. This is the rainbow box. Is it, what do we call this one? Do we call it rainbow? Just called bright shades. So really lovely selection of bright shade colours. So you can use these for top stitching. Oh, real give a pop to things. They look absolutely gorgeous. But also, because it comes in this beautiful little presentation tin, what a great gift. I know it's a bit late for Mother's Day, but you can promise it for Mum. That's a really lovely little gift. So that is £16.99, and you get the 8 reels of thread. So obviously we don't all like brights, and sometimes we don't always want to use brights, but let's go for the pastels. I'm trying to get them out very neatly and tidily because, oh, I don't know if I can get this one out neatly and tidy. There it is, it's coming. So again, another tin. This is 1927. I love the fact that you've sort of got this fashion illustration on the front here. And inside, again, 8 reels of thread, Gutermann, 100% polyester, 100 metres per reel. Beautiful colours. And again, it's £16.99. And then finally, in the small tin, we have this. So this is kind of like the classic, the must-have in your cupboard. If if you're not sure which one to get, this is the one that you'll use most often, probably. And again, this is 1925. Look at this lovely little design on there. In we go, and these are all your classic shades. So these are the ones that you'll use most often. And it's all base use. And if you're never sure what colour to use, a lot of quilters will use the grey, because that blends with more colours. So if you're not sure, that's a good one to use as a colour when it's difficult, when you've got multicoloured fabrics and things. So a really lovely box. It's lovely. It's just such a lovely, it's a lovely gift for yourself, but it's a lovely gift for somebody else too. But if you want the full range, rather than buy 3 kits, look at this one. There's 48 shades. So that, if you've got 8, 16, that's 24 in those 3 boxes. But for, so what does that say? £59.99. You get this. I feel like it should have fudge in it. But it's as good as fudge, because it's these lovely fabrics. It works out at £1.25 a spool. Look at these colours. So you've got all of those beautiful colours that we've seen already, but you've also got lots more. So you've got 48 reels of thread, all 100 metres, all 100% polyester. So good yarn to use, thread to use for most things. So this is Steel Gutermann threads, and this is $59.99. Do we know what that kind of works out per reel? Was it 124 per reel, which is a really good price. And obviously that's not including the tin, which you also get. And I just love the way that they're neatly put in this tin, and you can keep them all together. They're lovely. You should, yes, you will have a number on them. So each of them has its own unique number. So if you wanted to then buy one specific one, you can do that. So there's got this little number here. 169, yes. So you can get those, and they pop them back in there. I just love that, and I love the fact that it's a beautiful tin as well. Oh, sorry to say, the early bird is now sold out. Oh. Okay, right, so we've had messages about where do we put the discount code in to get the free P&P. So you go to your basket when you're ready to check out, and on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll have the section which is the basket summary. It says discount, so tick the little arrow, and that's where you put in Mum, P&P, and then you can go on. What are you buying there? what have you chosen to buy? I can't see what you've bought there. Oh, you're going to buy some webbing, very good. So that's where you do it, that's how you do it. So you go into checkout, your basket summary, it says discount with a little arrow, so click on the little arrow, and that's where you put in your discount code. So, all the bows, we were doing this yesterday, but they are very, very popular, so we're going to do them again today, because again, there's free P&P. So these are the two Bosal, or is that one as well? Ooh, hold on. It's a bit far away to reach. Let me get it. Okay, so let's start with this one, which I believe is the non-glue one. This is DRM484. So this is a sewing one, so there's no fusible on this one. But the thing with this Bosal, Bosal is actually fairly new into this country. I mean, it's been around, of course, for a while, but it's quite new into the UK. It's only been a few years, and it's a really lovely product because it's brilliant for bag making, if you're making fabric boxes or bowls or anything that you want that maintains form and shape. It does that, but it's very soft and it's easy to sew through. So that makes it really, really useful to use. And if you're doing something which you have to turn through to the right side, it's easy to do that with this as well. So it's very good. So this is just a sewing one, so there's no glue. So if you don't want one that you fuse the fabric to, this is the one for you. And again, it's quite useful to have the two, because sometimes you might want to use one, sometimes you use the other. It's cut off the bolt for you. So we're selling it in 1/2 metre pieces. But if you want 1 metre, 2 metres, 3 metres, you just multiply the units in the basket and it will come as one big piece. So it comes as the piece of the size that you order in total. So that is the very, very soft, lovely sewing one. And then we have the version that has the glue on one side. So that's good if you're gluing, so if you wanted to say do a bag, which one is that? Is that, oh, that's this one. This one is more difficult to tell from through the bag. So you can feel the difference, which obviously you can't, I can. So you've got that lovely soft sew side there, but on the other side you can feel sort of the little raised strips of glue. And the idea of this is that you fuse this to your main fabric and then you make up your bag and then add your lining. So it's only got the fuse on the one side. So that again, very, very useful. Useful for things that you want to turn through and add a lining to. So you'd use that one for that purpose. So this is $11.99. Remember, that's for 1/2 metre. So if you want a metre, then you put 2 units in and then you'll get a metre. And obviously up. So finally we have the other one we have, and as I say, this is again really, really good. This is a double-sided one. So this is lovely if you're making things like bowls or boxes and maybe binding the edges. So you fuse your main fabric and your lining fabric at the same time. So you sort of sandwich the bosal in between. So the wrong side of the fabric go to each of these. And then it's just giving you that extra support and stiffness to create the shape, the 3D shape, the texture or whatever you want. And then you can then finish the edges with binding, so you don't turn through. So that's the sort of a good use of the double one. It's quite low tack, so don't worry if you've positioned your fabric incorrect. You can pull it off and put it back on again and do it again. So it's really handy, lovely to have in the box. This is why I've used this one, and I've used the single fusible one quite a lot in bag making. Oh, don't forget, yes, we've shown you how to do it on the website, but if you want to use the free P&P, and why not, and you're phoning your order through, just do mention to them you want to use code MUM P&P. If you have done an order, if you've done an order online and you forgot to put the code in, if you phone the telephone number, which is 0800 001 4433, they can retrospectively apply it for you. So don't worry about that. That can be sorted. Deco. Oh, right. So this is Decoville, and it's not much to look at, I have to say. It's just a roll. So again, this is very similar to the bosal in what it's used for. It's to help you create shapes and boxes and bags with stiffener that stand up on their own. So they're not, just because you've made them out of fabric, they're not all floppy. And this has got one glue side. Again, you can sew through it. So I've made a big weekender bag, sort of like that. It's actually in my car. I was going to bring it in, but there's nowhere to put it. And it's made out of denim, and this is what I use for that bag. So it's really good, really handy, easy to cut out, and it's kind of like, it feels almost like cardboard. It's quite stiff. It will give you a real structure. And we're selling this 1 metre, and it's 90 centimetres wide. So 1 metre is £17.99. So this is pre-cut into this size. If you buy 2 metres, you'll get 2 rolls. But do remember that if you did, I can't think what you would use 2 metres on one project for, because it would be a huge bag. But if you did, you can butt it up. It doesn't matter because it's fusible. So it is still usable. Okay, I keep looking at this lovely steamer. Can I bring the steamer in? Because this is brilliant. We should all have one of these. So this steamer, I'm just losing my bosal. This steamer here is really handy. It's a vertical steamer, and the idea is it's reasonably lightweight, although it does stand firmly on its base here. The idea is to use it vertically. So if you want to steam clean your headboard, your curtains, your cushions, you could even do your car, not my leather seats in my car though, but if you've got cloth seats in your car, you can do those. If you have a suit, don't do it on yourself, but if you put it on your dress form, on a hanger, and hang the hanger on a rail, and then you can steam it. Because not only do you steam it, now what you do is you press the button. Can you see that steam coming out? But if you, rather than just hold that down all the time, there's got a little lever on here, so I can actually put that little lever down, and then it's steaming permanently. So up and down your curtains. I don't know if you can see that steam coming out. Can you? Yes, you can, can't you? So it's obviously, it is hot steam. It's not burning, but it's hot steam. Oh. I just run all over the place. You're telling me camera 2, but they're not numbered. I don't know which one's which. Can you see it? You can, can't you? It's brilliant, isn't it? So, and then you can just turn it off. But I can't put it on now because you're not supposed to put it on when it's hot. But it also comes, and this is what you would definitely use if you're doing it for suits and things. It comes with this sort of lint brush, which you put on the front of it. So you put that on the front here, and then you can actually brush. So again, if you've got a cloth headboard or something, you can brush, and it'll brush off. In fact, this is being used, I can see, because it's got dust on the side of it, but it's like a lint roller. So it's got an added use. Now this is $24.99. So this is a really good price for this steamer. It's not instead of an iron, it's as well as an iron. So you have an iron when you're doing your flat ironing. This is for vertical use. But, so Kat's saying that she's got one of these. She loves her iron, and because she has got the iron we had on the show yesterday, which is this lovely one that sits in its own little holder. But she also has this. So, and you could do, as you say, you could do your bed sheets and things. But if you get your clothes out, you can steam, because you can steam clean. So you just steam them. Do remember, if you're steaming them a lot, you are making them a bit damp. So it is a good idea, as Kat does, is do it the night before, rather than steam them and then put them straight on again. It just helps get the creases out. So it's really handy. It's one that's definitely going to go into my basket, because it's one I think I need to have. Need, not just one, need. So let's do, I'm going to put that to one side because it is still hot. Let's do the pattern weights. Now these pattern weights are Living in Loveliness, which we all know Kerry is she is loveliness. This is one tin. Oh, trying very hard to open it nicely. So this is the quotes tin. So these pattern weights, you use these instead of pins. So if I pop it out, so it's a little weight, it's like a little disc weight. This one is Beauty is All Around Us. And then of course on the other side, we've got Living in Loveliness. Now, the only thing I would say, these are $13.99 for a very lovely decorative box of 6. Great gift again, by the way. But you need 2. You need more than 6. You don't if you don't want to, but I do. So that's one box. So that's the green box, which we're calling quotes. Oh, because it's got quotes on them. Makes sense, yeah. And the second one, I don't know why we're calling this one Ladybird. I wonder why that is. Look at that. Isn't that cute? So that's really good. So you use those instead of using pins. So they're really good if you're working with like silky fabrics that you don't want to pin, or leathers and things that you don't want to pin. These are really good. And actually, once you get used to using weights rather than pins, you find it's much quicker as well. So you're laying out your patterns on the fabric, pop your weights on, or hold it all together, and then you can cut round. And I know some people use a rotary cutter and mat, so you can do that, or you can go old school like me and use good dressmaking shears. It's all right using a rotary cutter and mat, but you have to have a really big mat, otherwise you can cut your table. So that's up to you, but pattern weights are brilliant. Save all the pinning and unpinning. Let's do, our little sheep pin cushion. Look, now this is so cute. He's feeling sheepish. We are actually very limited. This is just fun. It's handy too. You can actually use it to put pins on. Oh look, there he is, look. Isn't that so cute? I feel it's a bit mean to put pins in him, but but that's what he's for. Let me find some pins, look. You just pop the pin in. I feel like it's I did, and I meant to do it gently. But you can have that by the sewing machine. You can have that on your on the arm of your chair when you're sewing in the evening. And you can have your little mate with you and do that. It's just fun. It's practical, but it's also just fun. So I think that's really cute. So that's $7.99 for your little, what are we going to call it? Is it Sally Sheep, or is he Sally, or is it Simon? I mean, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Could be either, couldn't it? You can decide. So really sweet. It's just a really sweet little gift. Another thing that I really like, and again I used for the table mats, I'm going to go for the, sorry, what's sold out? Oh, sorry, put that one to the side. So when it comes back in stock, if you haven't got 505, a can of 505 is a really good idea to have in your thing. So it's basically a temporary spray, and again, you can use it to spray, hold things together. Upright or... So this is 404. So it's the same thing as the 505, but this is for the paper. So it's again, it's a really useful thing to have in your store box, your work box. $7.99 for a can of 404. And as I say, when it comes back in stock, I would recommend the 505 too. We also have this one. This is a coating spray, grippy, isn't it? So it's perfect for slippy patterns and things, or for rulers. So it prevents things. It's a coating that you put on to prevent things slipping. So if you have got a ruler that, you know, because yesterday we were looking at the quilting rulers that had the grips on, but if you're looking at ones that don't, this is really handy to have. So again, it's not one of those little handy things to have. $6.99, and stock it, put it in your workroom, and you've got it always. Right, oh yes, this is a cute one. A lot of these ideas are actually gift ideas, really. So this is a really nice gift idea. So this is a pair of scissors, dressmaking scissors. And this is an extra gift to redeem yourself if you're not going to see your mum. And Charlie, if you're watching, I hope you are. And so this is a lovely little pair of embroidery scissors, dressmaking shears, pins with little gold heads, and a little thimble. Isn't that a really cute, lovely little set? So it's all for $19.99. So it's a lovely set to have, because we all need all of those things. And if you've got the early bird, of course, if you were lucky enough, you can pop these in there and they'll look lovely too. But we always need good shears, and there's something, you can get them sharpened, but it's nice to have a nice new pair every now and then. So that's a really lovely gift, and I do love that rose gold. I think that's gorgeous. We've got flower-headed pins. This is another thing, which is only a small item. So these are clover. So again, we know clover of old. It's a really good, haberdashery supplier. Beautiful little pins. So what you're getting is you're getting 100 pins in there. They are long pin length, flat heads. So a lot of quilters will use these because you can put through lots of layers because they're nice and long, and they are nice and thin too, so they're really good pins. I use them for dressmaking as well. Only thing I would say is be careful you don't iron the flower, because you might melt it on your fabric, but hey, don't do that. So they're very good. $10.99 for your pack of 100 pins, and pins, just like needles, blunt, so you do need to replace them over time. The last thing you need to do is put a pin in your fabric and snag your fabric because the pins are blunt. So good little product to have in your kit. And don't forget, because P&P is free, it's a good day to buy this. It's to celebrate Mother's Day. It's to say Happy Mother's Day from us to you. Use the code MUMP&P. This is a way to celebrate with us, something for your mum. Okay, next. Oh, have we had some pictures? Oh my goodness, look at that. Tracy. Oh, they're beautiful. I can't see because I've not got the right glasses on here. Are they hand embroidered, or is that print fabric in the middle? They're absolutely beautiful. I love those. I hope Mum was really pleased. Oh, Pauline, oh, that looks nice. Doesn't that look nice? Have you managed to give it to her, Pauline? Because it looks stunning. And of course, we can't see our mums. I went over to my mum on Friday, because of course I can't see her today, meet in the car park and hand over a present. It's very hard and you just want to hug, don't you? But soon, very soon, we'll be able to. Oh, look at this from Amanda. So, oh yeah, of course it can be knitting or sewing, any crafting. Sorry, this is not a sewing, but it doesn't matter, no. Is it a jumper for my mum? Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Yes, have any of you received a handcrafted gift from your children? I mean, from little children, because we'd like to see those as well. Send your pictures into studio@sewingstreet.com. Okay, back to some lovely things. What this? Oh, the sloth box. Sloth box. This is. I'm going to take these out. Is this all right on this one? Because you don't get the bits and bobs. You put your own bits and bobs in. We just put them in just to show. Go careful with that. This is a quick unpick. And I know you get one with your sewing machine, but they, again, blunt with time, so it's useful to have another one. But look at this box. Isn't that sweet? So it's got a magnetic clasp there when you shut it. Nice handle to carry. It's a great one to take with you when you go to classes and things. And we will soon, please, 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 please. And then inside, what you have is a lift-out tray. So you can put, as we had done, you can put bits and bobs in the tray. And then it's also got sort of quite a deep base there, so you can put some of your projects, your fabrics and things in that bit. It's got a little pin cushion, and it's got a pocket. So this is where you can put other things like that. So you can stack it up, and you know what? The box in itself, $24.99, makes a lovely gift. The box filled with bits and bobs makes an even better gift. So this is the time to get packs of needles, the glue pen, the quick unpick, all these little bits, the hook and loop tape, all these little bits that you need when you're sewing, and you sort of, where have I got that? What's that? All nicely encased in this really lovely little box with a sloth. Is it sloth or sloth pattern? Sloth, a sloth pattern. He's knitting. We've got a little sloth that's knitting. This one's got some thread. This one's wearing a jumper. So I'm asked, every now and then I'm asked to move it to my right or my left, and I don't know my right or my left, so I have to kind of work out which way you mean. Do you mean that way, or do you mean that way? So it's that way. And spin it round. There we are, look, aren't they cute? They're so sweet. So yeah, put a little L&R. They're so sweet. Like this one's knitting. He's got a little knitted scarf on. He's got bunting. It's just cute. It's a cute little design, and it's one that you can have for yourself, or you can put it as a gift for somebody. And there, as I say, it's got the lift-out tray, so that you can keep all sorts of things in your box, and you can fill it with lots of bits. So this is a stitch remover. So this is actually a Madeira one. So Madeira is another very, very well-known brand for threads, etc. So this is a seam ripper, a quick unpick, a stitch remover, same thing, does the same thing. And what you have here is you've got a little bead, and you have a pointy end, and the blade is right in here. So the way to unpick quickly is you just put that through a stitch sort of every ½ inch or so, and then from the other side you can pull the thread away. It's very quick to unpick. I know how to unpick quickly. We all need to be able to do that. So that's it. And you know, I was watching a knitting programme. This woman was talking, and I can't remember the company name, but basically they call it frogging because it rip it. I like that. I think we should use that in sewing as well. So that's a really handy tool. And as I say, they do blunt over time. So it really is a good idea to replace them. And you can also get ones, with sort of finer points, with less fine points, etc. But the thing with this is it's got this sort of non-slip grip. Because you have got a blade there. So it is important that you're careful. Nice, ergonomic handle, ergonomic. And as I say, it's Madeira. So it's a really handy little tool for $2.99. Good to have to your order. This is something else. Can I bring this in? So these are quilting gloves. That half the stock's already gone. So the idea of these is you wear your so easy quilting gloves, and you can see they have got little grippy bits on the tips of the fingers. So when you're sewing, when you're doing free motion quilting, your hand doesn't slip, and it's a lot easier to grip the fabric and move it around with this glove on. It's nice size glove. This is medium to large, so it's just nice. It's not too tight. And even with my ring on, look, I can wear it. And I can actually wear it on either hand because I've got grippy bits on the top and the bottom. So they're left or right. So really handy to have, even if you're not a quilter, but if you want to do free motion, then these are really useful. And the other thing that I've done when I didn't have these was I actually used non-slip MAC and I made little finger things. Nowhere near as handy as this, I can assure you. So definitely very useful. $3.99, brilliant little gloves there, and it just means free motion is much, much easier to do. So they are very, very good. We're going to, oh, I've lost my needles. Here they are. We're going to do needles. Let's start. This is embroidery crewel. So these are hand stitching needles, and these are embroidery crewel needles, which means that the eye is a bit bigger. So actually, I often use these for lots of hand stitching because I find that needle eyes have got small over the years. Nothing to do with my eyesight, obviously. So if you use these, they've got a bigger eye, easier to thread. So a nice pack of needles, there's 16 in there, and they're from sizes 5 to 10. And unfortunately, hand sewing needles are sized completely differently to machine sewing needles. So I'm just going to grab some hand sanitizer because I've just coughed. The machine needles, the larger the number, the larger the needle. With hand sewing needles, it's the opposite way. The larger the number, the finer the needle. I'm just going to have a slurp of my coffee while you look at those. But let's look at the other set of needles we've got here. And if I move that one into place. So these are actually leather needles. Well, I was having a tickle in my throat. So these are leather needles, sizes 3 to 5, you get 5 in there. So these are used specifically for non-woven fabrics like leather, PVC. They pierce, so they have a different kind of shaft on them, and they pierce through the leather much more easily. So you do need a nice leather needle, saves having all that trouble. $1.49 for a pack. So this is when it's sensible to buy them today because there's no P&P. So yeah, you can't go to haberdashery shops at the moment, so this is useful to have in the box. And then I have now got some cross stitch needles. Now these are gold plated, and we had Jane Greenoff from the Cross Stitch Guild here recently, and as she was explaining that the gold plated needles are so much nicer to sew with, particularly when you're doing lots of hand stitching such as cross stitch. And because they're sort of designated cross stitch, again they have a large eye, so you can put those embroidery flosses through the eye of the needle more easily. These are size 24. And there's 3 needles in the pack. John James is a very well-known needle manufacturer. In fact, I think they are just down the road, aren't they? So it's a local, which is nice. So it's local branding. Really nice needles. So again, it's just $2.49, gold-plated eyes, lovely and easy to sew with. Okay. Have we? Oh, we have. We've got another pack of big-eyed needles that I'd left in my box here. So these are size 10. There's 12 needles. So they're big-eyed quilting. So quilting needles are often very little needles, so that you can do your stitching very close together, you know, your hand stitching, but they still have quite a big eye. So although they're tiny little needles, very short needles for your stitching, they've got the big eye to help threading more easily. So again, John James, well-known brand. So these are your quilting needles. So safety pins, I always think this is a funny thing, but again, this is good for quilters. I've got 2 packs here. So the first one is a 27mm, so it comes in this nice little box. I can't open the box. 27mm, so basically that's the length of the pin. Sorry. So yeah, she's got a little box. So they're curved. So the reason that they're curved is, again, so it's much easier when you're trying to pin through layers. And quilters will use these. I'm sorry, because a lot of you out there I know are quilters and you know all this. but they're used for holding layers together, and because they're curved, it's easier to sort of put them in through the layer and then clip them. So rather than hand basting your layers together before you quilt, you can use the curved safety pins instead. So these ones are 27mm, you get 150, so there's plenty to do a big quilt. These are £4.99. We also have a larger pin. This is 38mm. Again, you get 150 in the pack. So these are called size 2. And again, it's the same thing. They're curved, so it's easier to put them in. But if you're using much thicker fabrics or more layers, the bigger ones would be better for that. So you just put them in, it holds all your layers together, and then of course you take them out as you're quilting. So really handy to have. So those are those. We'll have, oh yes, yes, I haven't seen these before. These are really cute. So these are William Morris page markers. And I think these are great because I sort of thinking, well, what would I use those for? Because I actually read a Kindle. But of course, if you've got recipe books, if you've got a student at uni or college and they have their reference books and things, or if you're working from one of the books that we sell on the show, you don't necessarily want to turn corners down or things, do you? So you've got these little magnetic clips, and you just put it over the page. I find something which is like a page, and then just clips together. So you can just put it on the page and it holds it together. Isn't that sweet? And this is a really great way to get a little bit of William Morris into the house. Beautiful prints on there. And again, it makes a lovely gift. And it's a great gift at the moment when we have to send so much in the post because it's flat. So it won't cost you a lot of postage. So it's, you get post-it free from us, but it also when you're sending it out as a gift, you can pop this into a greeting card. Really lovely little gift. And it's not going to increase the postage because there's nothing worse than you buy a gift but then you have to pay so much to post it. Yeah, Kat's saying she spent like £11 to post a gift somewhere. It starts becoming sort of more expensive than the actual gift, doesn't it? I can't open that. So I want to recap the Gutermann big box of thread. Let me bring that in. And don't forget, there are other things on the show that I haven't got to yet, but they are on the website. So this is this lovely box. We did this earlier, but I want to repeat it for those that have just joined us, but also for those we did it earlier because it is beautiful. Look at this. It's a fabulous tin with all these beautiful colours, 48 colours, 100 metres per reel, 100% polyester, and all these rainbows of colours. So this is the whole box for $59.99. It works out at $125 per reel. So that is really good, 100 metres on each. You have all the colours. It's like a rainbow of colours, isn't it? So you've got something for everything. Really beautiful colours. And if you're sort of using one all the time, it's got like a almost a velvet backing on there to protect them. I think that's really nice. You've got the colour code on the top of them, so you can always reorder individual colours from Gutermann if you need. It's a great gift. This is a lovely gift. It might fit through a letterbox because obviously it would be in packaging, so I'm not absolutely sure. If you can't afford that, or that's out of your sort of gift range budget, because sometimes it would be, don't forget we have got the smaller boxes too. So I'm going to start with obviously my favourite, the rainbow in the middle. So this is really sweet as well. Again, it makes a lovely gift. It makes a gift for yourself, and don't forget, we are worth it. So it's a really lovely box. It's not got shortbread or fudge in it. I think it should have fudge. Look at those colours. Aren't they gorgeous? These are really lovely. I mean, I can see these for top stitching, decorative stitching. All these colours really pop. So that's a beautiful box for $16.99, 8 reels. So it's just over £2. So again, it's 100% polyester, 100 metres per reel, really good quality. Gutermann is well-known thread. Oh, pastels is, well, of course, pastels are great for the spring, aren't they? They're all the colours we need. And I love the box and the decoration on the box. And there's our lovely pastel colours. Look at these. These are so beautiful. So you've got all of the colours that come in all the spring, all these lovely yellows, daffodils, and the green for the leaves, and the lilacs and blues, and of course you've got white, soft pink. It's beautiful. That's a lovely little box, $16.99, and they're all 100 millimetres. And then we have this one here, which it's not such a sexy box because it's all basic standard colours, but it's an essential. You need to have, you always need blacks, greys, greens, red and navy. These are sort of standard colours, replacing buttons and everything else that you need to do on a regular basis. Labels and, yeah, school labels and things. Oh, I remember those days. And so, yeah, lovely little box, nice decorative box again. And I think actually, no, my kids actually, catch this, I bet you had the best stone on label. No, my kids had the stick-on labels with the indelible pen. Yeah, I'm not mad, you know. But we do actually have a spool rack. Let me get that to show you. This is the spool rack. So what you can do with these, so we were talking about storing. Let's get that out of the way a sec. And you can just store them all on there. So they're all nicely stored. So that's how you store. So they're all together. So you can have that on your worktop. Pick out the thread that you need. This is a really good way. And of course, I mean, I'm taking them out of these beautiful tins, but if you've got more threads that aren't in beautiful tins, then this is the way you can store them nice and easily. 32, you can put them on there. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is sometimes you don't need a whole reel for a project, sometimes you need two, but if you've got a half a reel and you pop it into the drawer on the bottom of your workbox and then you forget you've even got that, put them all on this and you will have them to hand just as you need them. Use the right thread at the right time, which is really handy. So that's quite a handy little gadget. It is only $4.99. So we have, this is sold out, or? Oh, the scissor rack's sold out, so there, this is an option. Okay, so we are very short of time now. Oh, we're going to do the bag handles. We're not going to do because we haven't got time, but I just want to mention this. This is the point turner. Okay, so we just look on the website for that. Very, very useful. Got five uses. You can use it obviously to turn your points through. You can use it to measure hems. You can use it to sew buttons on your sewing machine, or even by hand. You put the button on top of that bit there, sew through the hole. It creates a shank. You can use it as a humper jumper. So when you start on sewing fabric, which is really thick, you put this behind the needle and it levels up the foot for you. So it makes it easier to start. Really, really useful tool to have. I broke mine recently. I need one of those. Anyway, handles. So let's look at the black first. So again, this just gives your bag a much more professional finish. You have two bag handles in here. They are faux leather, of course, not real, no humans hurt in this. And you've also got the little patches that you can put on, and they're pre-holed. So it's easy to sew on, so you can sew them on. You don't even need to use your leather needles because you've got the holes already in them. So you can just sew through the holes onto your bag. So really nice pair of handles, good to have in the cupboard, and clear directions on the back of how to apply them. And we also have the same set of handles, but this time in brown. So again, it's got the little patches with the holes, pre-holes. It's got the pre-holes in the ends. So you can hand stitch these onto your bag once your bag is ready. So it just gives it a nice finish, I think, a more professional looking finish when you have really nice handles. We've just about got through everything. We haven't looked at the felt, but let's look at, you can look at that on the website because I want to see some of these pictures. What have we got here? So Fiona, these are some Liberty tulips I made for my mum for Mother's Day. Aren't they gorgeous? Do you know, and do you know what? They're going to last. because I kill flowers and plants, unfortunately. So they are lovely. I love those. You can use your steamer to dust them off regularly, keep them clean. Oh, Megan has said, I made this cover for my mum's tablet to try and protect it from constantly being dropped. I shall do a socially distanced drop-off today. Yes, that's what I had to do with my mum on Friday. So that's really good. She's also got a lovely homemade bracelet from 6-year-old. Oh my goodness, how amazing. A lot because of the 6 a.m. wake-up call, not quite so amazing, but oh, isn't that beautiful? Oh, that, you see, that is to treasure, isn't it? That's absolutely to treasure. So I'm sure you're very, very pleased, Megan. And I love to see that. So thanks for your pictures we've had so far. Please do keep sending them in because we do want to share them all the way through this morning. And of course, equally, if you want to do a shout out to your mum because you can't see her, we're happy to share that too. So please come back with me after the break when we have our lovely, gorgeous little pony and the equally lovely, gorgeous Rachel to show how she's made it.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, welcome back. Sorry for the little bit of a delay there. It's quite a rush to get everything changed. We have to get a lot off, clean down the sanitise the station and then bring Rachel on with a sewing machine and everything. So apologies for the little bit of time. This hour we have this new book. So this is Supercute Sewing and it really is super cute sewing. So it's got the cute, now what we've got all these lovely, lovely things inside the book, but what we're going to be demoing today, I say we, this is the royal we, Rachel's going to be demoing today, is the lovely little pony which is in here. But these are all gorgeous, gorgeous little projects, fun projects for you to make for children. It's brand new today, this book. It's a new book and it's by Melly McNeice. It's lovely, lovely inside. You've got all of the illustrated step-by-step instructions. And I have to say, I do love the fabrics that she's used in here because they are so beautiful and they look so gorgeous. Really clear instructions on how to make everything. So this is definitely, if you're into sewing toys, soft toys, this is definitely one for you. It really is very cute. There'll always be somebody you can make something for. You don't have to be a child to like them. Look at this. This is the unicorn. This is Yummy, the unicorn. So it's similar to the pony that we're going to make, but of course it's got a horn. So we are, look at, oh, I like this too. Look at this one here. It's like a Rufus the robot. Isn't that cute? That is so, they are so cute. So projects for sort of all ages, really. Look at that, it's so lovely. For all ages, and you don't have to be a child, actually. This would be quite nice to give to a female friend or robot to a male friend. That's being very sexist, isn't it? We should be genuine. Anyone can have anything they want. So look at this. You want to, Elliot's going to give his best mate, Yummy. Oh, look at Otis the fun UFO. Isn't that cute? Oh, we've got UFOs. And Archie the alien, look. See, that is so lovely, isn't it? That's you know, that would be really good for a baby because I remember my oldest son, Jake, he used to like, didn't have a dummy. I mean, he would have had a dummy, but he didn't want a dummy. But so he used to suck things like this. So that little head there would be great for a baby to suck. Just saying. Or the little hand for it to hold on to. That is so sweet. I love it. But of course, I'm just going to caveat that with, if you're making for a baby, this does have buttons on here. Don't use buttons, embroider the eyes, because you don't want to have buttons on something a baby that could come loose and then potentially choke. So use a little bit of common sense on that and adapt as you need. So it's been very, very popular. And we've got free P&P today, of course. So don't forget that. So that qualifies all the way through. So whether you've already bought something or you've bought 2 or 3 things, it doesn't matter. Every single time you check out, it's free P&P, providing you put the discount code in, which is MUMPMP. If you've inadvertently checked out and you haven't put that discount code in, you can phone the wonderful, helpful customer service team, and they will retrospectively do it for you. So it's 0800 001 4433. So we're going to start with the colourways. Before we get on to Rachel, we're just going to have a quick look at the fabric. So firstly, this is the blues. This is the one that Rachel used for the sample that's up on the wall. You might want to bring it down next to you, Rachel, I think. Bring it down so they can see it. It's beautiful. So this is what you get. Can you hear? He's clip-clopping his way in. So you get half a metre of your Copen blue, which is this one here, and you get half a metre of the Liberty, which is, this one's called Adventures in the Sky, and it's got like little rockets all over it. You also get 36 embroidery skeins in these lovely bright colours. So you get, because you need that for the main. You don't use it all though, do you? You only use some of it, so you've got all this to use for other projects later as well, haven't you? And you get, I've got to make sure I get this right and don't try and add things to the pack that don't. You also get a pack of the super soft toy filling. And is one pack plenty for this?
Oh, plenty.
Yes, again, you have some spare for another one.
Plenty.
You could get pellets to put in the boots, and the other thing we were saying earlier is what you could do if you want to make sure the legs stand up is possibly put a straw in the middle and stuff round it, and that just help those legs stay upright. But that's your first kit, that's your first bundle. Now this one, this is unicorn style, so you could do the unicorn project with this. So again, you have a half metre of this beautiful glitter, and then you've also got a half metre of the ivory. So that is really beautiful. And this time, your flosses are, your embroidered floss, they're sort of more pastel colours. So they team nicely with the fabric. So again, the 2 pieces of fabric, the floss, and the stuffing. So you get that for that bundle for £19.99, post and packing free. So that's, and then the final bundle we're going to look at is the one that Rachel's actually demoing with today. And this time, this is the pink roses. So this is when, you know, this is probably not for a child. This is going to be something for a friend. It's just a really cute little thing to give as a gift. And you get half a metre of each. It's up to you to decide which is the body and which is the boots and the accessories, isn't it? Yeah. You know, you've done it with the print as the body and the plain as the hooves, but you could do it the other way around. That's the beauty of doing it yourself. And this time, again, we have pastels again. So this is the pastel scale embroidery flosses. Plenty there, not only to use for this project, but for other things as well. And the bag of toy stuffing. So again, it's £19.99. So that is really lovely. Now, we can do the toy stuffing on its own. So if you want to just stock up on that, and again, good thing to do at the moment, stock up, £3.99, free post and packing. So it's not, you're not suddenly adding another £3.95 for post onto a £3.99 product. So it's a really good time to add some it, and you'll use it for all sorts of things. We can also do pink and yellow roses cotton. Oh, I see what you mean. So you mean just this? So we can just, oh right, okay, no, this. Just the fabric. So we can also do, so we can do these as half metre pieces on their own as well. So if you're actually thinking, I don't necessarily want to make a pony, but I love that fabric, £3.99 for this half metre. So it would come like that. Is this a pre-cut? So they cut if they want a metre or whatever. So is this off the bolt? So actually, if you wanted a metre, you'd order 2 units and you'd get a metre. Okay, so that's that one. We do have another set of hand, we were looking at hand needles earlier, but we have another set of hand needles here. These again, they're John James. You get 16 needles, they're size 5 to 10, but they come in this lovely little pebble. So they keep nice and safe and together. So when you put these in your workbox, they're all together neatly and easily, and you can get them out and use them as you need, take them on your workshops, etc. So they're very, very handy. £1.99 for those 16. A little pair of snips, these ones, these little embroidery scissors, must have for everybody that does sewing, because you just need little snips to be able to get into the corners and edges and clip into seams, cut your threads close to the fabric, etc. Nice, sharp Janome scissors. So they're very, very handy. Talking of sharp, rotary cutter. So this is actually a smaller 28mm one, not the usual 45. So this is good for smaller projects, so you can get into smaller areas and cut more smoothly. Water, if you wouldn't. So I've just been asked, because I'm choking again. It's because I'm just talking and talking and talking. That's all it is. Talk for England, me. So yes, this is a lovely little rotary cutter, and very handy when you're slicing small things. So that's really useful to have. And it's a good product, of course, Millwood. Oh, the grippers have sold out, so I can't show you those. Handy tool. So these Wonder Clips, and they come in this nice box as well, so that keeps them. These are Clover Wonder Clips, 50 pieces, £28.99. Very useful. I use these now. I mean, they were new to me when I started with Sewing Street, because I've always used pins. I got some of these, and I use them now. They're great for when you're doing layers. Very quick to put in, and of course if you drop them on the floor, they're very easy to find, so you can pick them up easily.
They go crunch as well.
They go crunch if you stand on them, but won't necessarily hurt you.
No.
Okay, so I've rapidly gone through all that because I want to hand over to Rachel as soon as possible. So I'm now going to hand over to Rachel and say, hello, Rachel.
Hiya, virtual hugs.
I know.
We met each other in the car park yesterday, didn't we, Wendy?
We did, and and unfortunately stood in the car park for a very long time chatting.
Yeah, we did, yeah, because we both stayed at the same hotel, didn't we? So no calamities this week, though.
Yes.
No, my last show I did have a calamity with the toilet seat and the heating.
We don't need any more of that.
No more of that today. We didn't have anything like that, thank goodness. Just a really quick update on Gary, because so many people message me and ask me how Gary's getting on, because people that don't know, he had a stroke last August. So poor thing, he has actually been through the mill. But he's really bright at the moment. He still have issues with walking, but that's quite normal with stroke. But he's going in the right direction.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He's
Again,
a lovely chap.
Met him in the car park.
Yeah.
And he is amazing. He's so upbeat. I
he
think,
is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got a lovely chap there.
Yeah, I like him. It's a good job I do. A good job I do, really, don't I? But I'm going to show you how to piece together this horse. Obviously, I can't make the whole thing because it takes longer than an hour. But I'm just going to show you the methods that I used to put the horse together. And I used freezer paper. Because a lot of people also ask how you use freezer paper, because it's not the same as a pliqué paper where you've got it sticky both sides. So with the pony, you have to cut up your fabric. You have to sort of cut it and prepare, and then it all comes together really easy. You start off by making with your rotary cutter, and like I said to Wendy, I wasn't brave enough to bring my rotor cutter on here today because I'm still learning, and I was so worried I'd get a little bit excited and go whoop, and off came my fingers.
Yes.
So I didn't tempt that today. So for the legs of the little pony, you actually join the hooves onto the main leg. So to make your pieces, you make a 10-inch by 18 inches long, cut that into fabric, and then you've got another piece. You fold it in half, what you've got left, and then that's for the body piece as well. Sorry, I'm reading it from the book, so I want to be correct. How they put it in the book.
Is it possible for you to kind of put the book back and the fabric in front so we can see the fabric?
Yeah.
Can you
like this?
Yes, just so we can sort of bring it in. That's it. Yeah. Lovely.
So you've got a piece. So you cut out the piece first for the legs, and then you fold it over, and then that will make your piece for the pony body. And as you can see, you have got quite a lot left over. So if you did want to buy multiples of the fabric, then you can make quite a few, really.
And the patterns are in the back of the book?
Yep, they are in the back of the book. If I just show you here.
And so this is when, so yesterday we had a light box on the, this is when a light box would come into its own.
Oh, yeah.
When you're transferring the patterns from a book. So these are, and they're beautiful, look, they're all call-coded, these patterns. These are fabulous, aren't they?
You can photocopy them, of course.
You can, of course, yes.
As well. With the freezer paper, I just simply put it over the top, and you can see the lines quite clearly.
Yes.
And then I just drew round it like I have done with all the pieces on there. So what you do with the freezer...
We do freezer paper. Or we do a 12-metre roll for $6.49. It's very useful freezer paper, isn't it?
And that's a really good price, because I've seen it a lot more expensive elsewhere.
So that's a really good... So again, free post and packing, don't forget.
Yeah. So, so basically what you do, once you've traced off all your pieces, so you've got your main body, you've got your leg, you've got your hoof, and I did have an ear somewhere. Oh, there we go.
There's your little ear.
And your ear, all right. So you've just got very sort of basic pieces, really. Oh, sorry, he had a few many wines last night.
He's got a droopy leg.
So once you've traced it off, you then just literally place the freezer paper on your fabric, and then just pin it on just whilst you iron it on. And the shiny side of the freezer paper, which is like a waxy side, it actually sticks to the fabric.
Now, so shiny side down onto the fabric.
Shiny side down onto the fabric.
And you put it onto the right side of the fabric, so you're not worried about that. Or is that the wrong?
No,
oh, no, it is the wrong side. Okay.
Yeah.
So you've got the fabric.
I nearly did make that mistake.
It just looks so pretty that way round too.
I know.
Okay, fabric
it's a little bit like Sanderson's, isn't it? So once you've got it stuck down, that makes it firm to sew round.
Yeah.
Now, I sewed round right close to the paper. So that's where the paper comes in into its own.
Is this your tip, or is this how it says in the book to do it?
It does say it in the book.
Right, okay.
But I do generally do that if I'm making anything small. So you're not cutting it out
and then sewing it, you're sewing it and then cutting it out.
Because you've got just a 1/4 inch seam, that can be quite testing. Especially on something fiddly. So if you put this down first and then stitch it all the way round, then once you've done that, you can then cut round, leaving a 1/4 inch gap, which is for your seam, and it's so much easier. So I'm going to be cutting round 1/4 inch now, because I just wanted to show you how I actually did that. So just roughly 1/4 inch.
Have you sewn it already, or are you just using this as an example?
Oh yes, yeah. Well, I thought Wendy looked really worried.
I was thinking, I thought you just said you have to sew it.
Yeah. No, I have actually pre-sewn it. Obviously, for the
true Blue Peter fashion, you've already sewn it.
So here we go, and it's really, really quick. And as I say, it's just all in the preparation, really. Once you've got all your pieces,
yes, get everything prepared.
Yeah, and then it all comes together really quickly. The first step in the book, actually, before you do the body, which I'll show you in a minute, you actually prepare the mane, which is this, which is actually quite
the embroidery flosses. So the most popular colourway, we like to do this to find out, which one's going to be most popular. Most popular at the moment is the one that Rachel is working with at the moment. I think they're all three beautiful. They're all pretty level. I love the gold, because I do think that's a really cute little gold sparkly one. That's lovely. But we were also talking earlier about, that you finished these, as it says in the instructions.
Yeah.
You've got buttons on the top of the legs to attach them to the body. And have you used toy eyes as well, buttons for the eyes?
Yeah, those were like little shirt buttons.
Yeah, but if you're making this for a child, we're saying you just wouldn't use buttons.
Oh, no,
You'd
no,
embroider the eyes
Yeah.
with some sort of embroidery floss.
Yeah.
and possibly put felt or just even not even have
yeah,
that
you could
on
put
them.
little felt eyes
Yeah.
or just embroider with the black.
But you don't want
black in
anything
there.
that a child could potentially pull
No.
off and choke on.
No.
So if you're making it as a toy, just think on that. You know, just look at those instructions and think, no, I don't have to do that because I'm making it myself. What I'll do is be more safety conscious.
So I've now cut out my body. So there's the body.
Yes, so it's two bodies because you did it double layer.
Oh yes, yeah, I should have mentioned that as well. So you put right sides together as you would do normally,
Have
and
you
then
had to leave a turning gap?
yes, there are turning gaps. Now on the pattern, you will see.
No, bring it back towards you. That's it. I had this earlier on. I was going all over the place. So yes, I don't know if you can see because obviously the lights are probably showing, but you've got little marks to show you where you did the
you've
turning.
got like little dash lines, so you don't sew on where those little dash lines are, and you've got one there which is literally on its bottom, so that's for its tail. And then you come round, and this is the turning point round at the bottom of its tummy, and then you come all the way round again, and there's quite a big gap, which is where you want to stitch his mane. So yeah, just miss out those points.
And the instructions are in there, so it tells you to do that as well.
It's so easy, you know, it's so easy. What I did do as well, because when you turn this through, obviously there are some little curves round, so just to stop any puckering, just snip into the little seams.
Can I just suggest another alternative as
Yep,
well?
you do that.
Cut it out with pinking shears.
Yes, you could cut
And
it
then
out.
you don't have to cut into the seams.
Yes, that's true.
Because you've already got your little ziggy
That's
zaggies.
true.
So it's quite...
See, she's quite professional, isn't she? Honestly.
If it makes it easier to do.
No,
I've
I totally
usually
agree.
found a way.
Yeah, totally agree. This is when you get two dressmakers together, you see.
We've all tried all these different... I can't remember who told me. It wasn't me that thought of that, by the way. I have to say, I can't remember who did. But somebody said to me, why don't you just cut it out with pinking shears? Do you know what? That's a really good idea.
Yeah, because it stretches the fabric already. So that's your body piece. Now, and the first thing that they ask you to do in the book is actually to make the mane.
Okay.
So what you do is you measure off on the embroidery skeins, you just measure up a metre of each of the colour.
Right.
Then that's your metre, and you want to end up with 8 pieces. So 7 of them go down the mane, and then obviously there's one piece that goes through there for its tail. And you can use more than one skein if you want to, and just make it bushier whatever look you want it to have.
So you've got plenty if you want to make it bushier. Yeah.
That's right. So you're ended up with a big long metre piece of several of the colours. Now at 5 inches at intervals, you put some tape to hold it together, okay, and it will make sense in a minute. So at each 5 increments, you bind it together with the tape, okay.
So
then
sellotape would do fine for that.
Sellotape will do fine. In
It?
actual fact, that's how I did it on that one.
Right.
It's just because I was doing the cushion, I had some quilter's tape, so I thought I use
Might as
that.
well use that, yeah.
So you just snip it just above the tape. So we're going to cut into it 8 pieces.
Yes, if you just keep it in shot, because you're taking it out of shot when you're come towards you. See where you've got the oh no, it's
Is that okay?
Is that better? Yeah, lovely,
Yep,
thank you.
okay.
I mean, I know it's only strips of thing, but it's quite useful for us to see them.
It's not quite nice to see it all come together.
It is, yeah.
So this is our 8 pieces.
So you've got all of those.
Sellotape is
you've
probably
obviously
better.
used a mixture of the embroidery flosses, but you don't have to. You could have it all in one colour
if you want to. So
you could. Kat's just saying you could do like all blues or all pinks or so you don't have to have a rainbow mane and tail. So then you'd have, you've got loads of. I mean, I'm really into this. I've just actually bought the deep colours. I'm really into doing free motion machine embroidery and then adding hand embroidery on top.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
I've got into doing that, and I love it because it's It's an
really stands
it's an
out.
excuse to binge watch TV.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm doing something productive.
So we've got all of our pieces there for the mane and the tail. Okay, so I'm going to just now take off this paper.
So you've fused it
freezer
on,
paper. I fused
but
it
it
on.
comes off easily.
Yeah, and you can reuse it.
That's really handy. Do you know
I
how
would
many times?
Well, I've reused it 3 times. Once because I made a mistake and tried to sew it together with the wrong sides together, so I had to rip it back off again. But that's before obviously I've sewn anything.
It's really good.
So then
isn't
I
it?
did it again and it just re-stuck down. So you just tear it off basically like that.
So it can be used
And that-
again,
yes.
either for the same project or if you need something
Yeah.
smaller.
I mean,
Yeah.
eventually that will wear down.
Of course, yeah.
But this is your...
What's it? I mean, we use it for sewing, but what's it really used for?
Well, in the olden days, so my grandma used to tell me, they used to wrap bread up in it, they used to wrap meat up in it from the butchers where you used to buy fresh meat and bread, and that's what they used to do. I think they use it in America more, whereas we're sort of quite into our plastic packaging, aren't we?
Yeah, so this is actually
Which
probably
is a
quite
bit of a
good
shame,
alternative,
whereas,
isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Sorry,
So it used to
digress,
keep things
I
fresh.
digress.
Yeah, yeah. So when we've sewn it round, we've actually left our gaps, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do exactly what they've asked me to do, and you don't turn it out at this stage. So you get one of your skeins, and then you poke it through, which is a bit fiddly. And I'm aiming to bring it out there.
So the actual tail bit of it is still inside, and
Yeah.
what you're bringing up is like the taped edge.
That's right.
Bring that
So
up
so
to
you
the
bring
raw
it
edge.
out proud. Let's see if I can. Let's grab it together again. That's better, isn't it?
Yes, if you put that.
So it's
I
got a
can see
shorter
it.
distance to go.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, obviously you're trying to do it for the camera angle as well,
Yeah.
so it's a bit more fiddly. That's it. So you just bring that out.
So bring it through there.
Are you doing the tail at the moment? Or?
I'm doing the tail at the moment.
Yeah.
And I just need to poke it through there.
So yes, on the pattern you've got a mark, haven't you? You showed us on the actual
Yep.
pattern, and it's got a little dotty line to show where you don't stitch, and then you can then use that to poke it through and bring it out. So
Here
I'm
we
just playing
go.
devil's advocate here, Rachel.
Yeah, no, you do that.
Could you not pin them to one piece before you put the pieces together, and then sew round it?
What do
So
you mean
that
for the
they're
main?
Yeah, for it's already trapped in place. Or are they too long and they would sort of...
Well, to me, that would actually be it's actually a better idea, especially when you come to the main, because
Yeah.
you're...
Oh, drunk on duty.
He
what
didn't
can you
sleep
say?
very much
He
last
obviously
night.
didn't.
No. So when you've actually pushed it through the bottom, you've just got the tape poking out at the top. That's how it should be.
Yes.
Okay. So that's actually trapped inside. So when you pull the body inside out, it's on the outside.
It's on the outside,
Yeah.
yes. So you just
So-
stitch across that to trap
Yep,
it in place.
and you need to use a small stitch as well to capture the stitches in.
Okay,
so I'm
so-
on this machine, I'm doing 2.4.
Right.
So I'm just going to go.
So you might need to decrease your stitch length
yes.
to get it down.
Yes,
a lot of
because
machines
you've
are
got to
2.5,
capture.
2.8.
Yeah, because if you use too big, you're going to miss
Yeah,
one
you'll
of
miss
the
one or two
skeins.
strains.
Yeah.
And again, obviously thinking if this is a child's toy,
Yeah,
you
you
could
need
go
it very
back,
secure.
Yeah, 2 or 3
Yeah.
times, yeah. So just make
And
sure
as
that's
Wendy's
nice and
just
secure.
said, just go backwards and forwards a couple of times just to secure that down. So that's the tail in place, because you will be cutting that down or just releasing the tape in a
Yes.
moment. So the next bit again is still very fiddly, and you've got to put what I did, I actually just bunched them all together and then sorted it out once it was in there.
Once it was in,
But
sorry,
like you
otherwise you
said,
didn't
if you
want it
have
to-
it on a strip, that's a really good tip. Of course, I already thought about that. I was just testing Wendy.
Well, also you were doing it according
Yeah.
to the instructions in the
Exactly.
book, which is exactly what you should
Yeah.
do.
And
And then
as-
it's once you've done that, you think, I could actually possibly do
Yeah,
this, and
it-
that's how we work, isn't it?
Exactly, and it's the same with any instruction book. Generally, they might do things slightly differently to what you would do normally. But you find your own way,
Yes,
and there's no
exactly.
right and wrong way, as you know. And if you end up having the right result, then that's the main thing.
Exactly. And I think also with something like this, as I've always say when you're doing dressmaking, it's a really good idea to read through the instructions before you begin.
Absolutely.
So you just have in your head a kind of a general
Yeah.
idea of how it's all going to go together.
And it's a really good idea because quite often you can miss a really important step by not reading it through thoroughly, first of all.
So the instructions, I've just got the sort of page open here. The instructions on making it are very, very clear,
Yep.
step-by-step instructions.
Yep.
And then you've got the illustrations alongside, clearly marked again. So step 3 says figure 2, and then your figures have figure 2, etc.
Exactly.
So it's very, very easy to follow. We've got a picture. Come on, share this picture. Diana has sent us
Has
a
she
picture.
already made one?
I don't know if it's... Oh, she has!
Oh, let's have a look.
Oh, my goodness.
So
Look,
I've got-
it's a unicorn. Good morning, Wendy, Rachel and the Sewing Street team. Love Molly and me and have made this little unicorn and the alien. Oh, where's the alien? Oh, the
Oh,
instructions
Diana,
are
that's-
really easy to follow. Happy
isn't
Mother's
that
Day.
lovely?
Isn't it?
Isn't
So
that
who
lovely? Oh,
did
I
you
love
make
that.
it for? I wonder if she made it. Did you make it for yourself?
Yeah.
'Cause it is nice. Or
But
did
you
you make it
imagine
for
that
somebody?
unicorn in that gold sparkly fabric.
Yes. Wouldn't that be lovely?
Very
Yeah.
magical.
It is very magical unicorn.
Yeah.
I think this is so cute. I love the colourways that they've used in the book as well, that Melanie's used in her book. I think they're really lovely. And it's just so, I just love the way she's mixed spots with flowers, with stripes, and just goes to show what you can do. These are so cute.
And sometimes fabrics that you choose to go together, you think, oh no, that doesn't go together. But when you
actually
piece
do
it
it,
together in
it
smaller
does,
pieces,
yeah.
it sort of does.
Oh, look, Lewin the lion. Oh. This
So
little cheeky smile.
So I've got these, the little bits of mane. And you've got to try and put them in so that they're roughly equal,
Yes, sort of evenly
placed
spaced.
apart. That's
Yeah.
it. So I'm not going to use pins because obviously time-wise this morning. But what I would suggest you do, you either use those clips
Yes.
just to clip them in place, or you can just do like a pin just to hold
Hold
it.
it so it doesn't get pushed as
Yeah.
you're sewing.
Or another good way really is as you've put them in, just put just like a little tacking stitch in just before you sew it so
Yeah.
that it all stays in place. So I'm just going to run that through now. Oh,
I suppose you could. We just did the sew line glue pen.
You could
could
that
do
would be an
couldn't
excellent
you?
idea.
You just put a little strip. Once you've got
Yeah.
them in place,
Yeah.
kind of gently lift them up, put a little bit of glue, and then press them down again, and that'll hold them. So what you're trying to do is prevent them from moving as you get
Yeah.
to them, because you're going over bulk, aren't you?
That's right.
That was Elliot's suggestion, by the way. I have to tell you.
Oh. Well, otherwise as well, they could move as you're sewing,
Yes,
and
what
then
I'm
you end
thinking,
up
they
with a
could
great big,
big clump.
clump on the top of it.
What was that? It was like the punk, wasn't it? The punk style. You just have like
Do
a
you know,
big
Gary
Mohican.
used-
That's it. Thank you, Elliot. A Mohican.
Gary used to be in with the punks, believe
Oh,
it or
did
not.
he?
You wouldn't think so to look at him, but he used to have T-shirts with safety pins in and all sorts. And
we
did
had Clive here yesterday, and the picture that was on the screen before he actually came on, he had like this little Mohican thing, and then
Yeah.
he came on
Oh,
and he's
yes.
bald. He's bald now. So.
But Gary and I went to a fancy dress party of really old school friend of mine. She's not old, but she's an old friend.
Yes, I know what you
since-
mean. A
since
long time
school.
friend, yeah.
Just in case she's watching, Shannon. And we couldn't decide what to go as. Of course, everybody dressed up as the 80s and the 70s, so we dressed up as punk rockers with the great big boots, and it was really good fun.
I went to one and I went as a rock chick.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I using this sort of puffer paints I'd written on it.
Oh, that's it.
Rock chick, and then I put too old to die young. I'm looking at the monkey mischief here. I love monkeys. These are so cute. And I mean, these do cry out. You can just see a little toddler holding on.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, this is a brand new book, everybody, that I'm flicking through as Rachel's sewing. 20 easy sewing patterns for soft toys and accessories. It's $15.99, so that's very, very popular book today, and not surprisingly new to us today, and it's really, really beautiful. Oh,
So now,
and don't forget, today's free post and packing.
oh yeah, Mother's Day all day today.
Yeah, and Mother's Day all day today, definitely, yes. And so free post and packing, but you do need to use the code when you check out, Mum PMP. And you can check out as many times as you like. It's free post and packing all the way through until 11:59 tonight, or 11:59.59, whatever. So basically till midnight.
Excellent.
And I love the fact that this book has got these very, very clear templates as well. And I think I'm just sort of saying it as I look at it, I think they're all 100%, aren't they?
Yes.
So it's very simple to trace off.
You don't have to increase them.
There's no increasing needed. No. And I like the way they're colour coordinated. So it's easy to see the pieces you need for each of the toys because they're sort of colour coordinated. I love this, the little smiles, and they're kind of a little bit crooked, so they're kind of quirky smiles. They're very cute, very clever.
So I've just finished him.
Okay.
So that's the body. So I've just pulled him round to the right side. So as you can see, that's his mane when he's all put together, and that's his little tail. So it's quite sweet. But like we said before, you could just use one colour, or you can use several colours, whatever.
Yes.
I tried to pick all the colours that are in him.
Flat on top of the book, that's it. Where the glasses are. That's it, that's brilliant.
Oh. Yeah, so see how easy that is, really.
Yes.
It's really,
so
really easy.
Now what you can use to get those curves beautiful is a chopstick.
Yeah, chopstick.
Use a chopstick to sort of push on from the inside.
Yeah, or you can have that turner that you
point
had.
Turner, yes.
You just need something.
We could, but it's out of stock, so we can't.
Okay.
So, yeah.
When it's back in stock again.
Yeah, it's a really useful tool. Do you know? I use it all the time.
Well, I tend to use a knitting needle, actually. I know. Not a really pointy one.
Oh, no,
really
so a fat
thick
one. Yes, yes.
The thick plastic ones.
The thick plastic ones, they are quite good for stuffing, actually.
Yes, they are.
Because you can stuff into the legs with those.
That's it.
So sometimes I'll use the sizing end, with the knobbly bit on it.
Yep.
As well, to stuff in.
So that's the body.
Right.
Easy peasy. So that's your first thing. Okay, so then you've got, it then says, we put the threads through, and then we actually assemble the legs. Okay, so this is the...
So you need to bring it forward onto the book again. That's it.
You find you're leaning over the table, don't you? So, you've got your one piece for the legs, and then part of your piecing together of the fabric that you're cutting, you need 2 strips, which is 2 3/4 high, and then you've got 18 inches wide. So if you remember, the leg was 18 inches wide, so that fits exactly across there, and that's going to be the hoof, which I'll show you in a minute. So you then put the 2 shorter strips at each end. So I'm just going to sew down here.
It's what I find quite incredible with that is it looks huge for the legs, but of course you're going to get 4 legs out of it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's where this comes in handy.
Yes.
So what I would normally do is I would cut 4 of these, and then but remembering to space them apart so that you can still cut the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
On both of them.
So they need to
be at least
4.
half an inch apart, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Or for metric people, 13 millimetres.
So
let's just whilst Rachel sews that there, let's just quickly reiterate. We've got the book and we've got the 3 kits. So this book's been really, really popular. But shall we have a look at the kits again quickly? Let's look at the kits. The Liberty. This is the one that our drunken ponies is
I ought
made
to pick
in.
him
You
up, didn't I?
Stood up.
Come on, stop being so lazy.
Half a metre of the Liberty what's it called? Out of Space or something? Adventures in Space. So it's got these little rockets all over it, which is really cute. 1/2 metre of that, and then 1/2 metre of this Colbert blue, which is lovely, just a sort of solid. So it's up to you. I mean, you might want to make the hooves in that and the body in the blue. It's up to you entirely. You also get this fabulous pack of 36 skeins. Each of them has 8 metres, and you're using 1 metre per skein. How many different skeins did you use, did you say?
I used about 25.
About 25.
Only
of
for
them.
quickness,
Yes.
but in the packet I think there's 36.
It's 36, so you could use all 36 if you wanted.
Yeah, and then
but you're
it'll give
just
you a
using a
yeah.
metre of each, so you've still got 7 metres of each left, so you've got loads left for other projects. And you also, don't forget, you get the nice big bag of super soft toy stuffing, which would be plenty. You'll have leftovers as well. So that's really lovely. So that's one. Then we have the gold glitter one. This is your fancy one. This is gold glitter. So you've got a gold glitter, and then you've got the cream, taupe, beige, ivory, ivory for the hooves, or whichever way around you want to do it. And again, you've got a pack of embroidery flosses. This is the pastels. And of course the toy stuffing, don't forget the toy stuffing. And then finally the one that Rachel is working on, so this is the most popular still most popular. You have this beautiful print, and this is the one, this one you can actually buy, oh no you can't, okay, so you can only buy it as part of the bundle. So this is the bundle, so you get this lovely print with a sort of ginghamy check to go with it. And then you get the skeins and you get the wadding, the toy stuffing. So it's £19.99 for all of that. Are you ready for the next bit?
I certainly am, armed with my little iron. So once you actually join...
Just to reiterate though, that the bundle comes with the fabric and the skeins and the stuffing, but you buy the book to have the project, which has got the pattern, the instructions and etc.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So once you've got your 2 strips joined to each side, then just give it a little press, because even though it's just like a toy, you still want a really good finish, because you're probably going to give it away as a present. So you want it to look as professional as you possibly can. Plus also it lays nice and flat.
It is amazing what pressing a seam does, doesn't it? It just makes it so much better. And it's like all dressmaking, you do it before you sew over it again.
Absolutely, and I always press, you probably do as well, Wendy. I press as I go.
Yes, exactly.
So if you do too much, sometimes you can't go back over
that
seam.
No, you can't get to that seam.
Hidden.
Yeah, that's why you press before you sew over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've just pressed either side. Then what you do, you then fold it in half, like that. And then what you have to do is you have to join the seams up, because you want each leg to be perfect.
Yes.
So
you've put the wrong sides together.
Right sides together.
Should be right sides.
Yes. See, this is what it's live, you see.
We've got about 5 minutes left to do the demo.
Oh, right, okay. So I make the mistakes for you.
Well, we have to. We all make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not shy about it either, you know. I think, right,
we all
so
make
we just
mistakes
put the
and
seams.
we all learn something every day
Absolutely.
too, I think.
So I'm just going to put the 2 seams together so that they're equal.
Yeah.
Like that. And then what I would do as well, actually, is just to give it another little press so that it's nice and flat. Just gone down to the cellar. Right, there we go. So nice and pressed, nice and flat. So this is where your paper comes in handy as well. So what you've got to do is you lay your leg like that. And the bottom of the leg has to go to the rough edge of this.
So if you press the seam down, can you move it
to
the right and up a little bit? What's happening is it's underneath the details.
Oh, I
see. What I
see.
mean? That's
yeah,
it, brilliant.
I can just see that. Yeah. So you put the leg.
So the bottom of the leg is over the seam?
Yeah, no, I actually did it at to the seam, actually, but it does say to the rough edge. But once you've done the seam, that's actually quite difficult to do, isn't it?
If you press the seam up, Then it would be to the stitching line, wouldn't it?
That's right,
Yes,
which is what I did, yeah.
Yes,
yeah, that's right, absolutely. So you just lay it on there, and then with your iron, you then press the papers down.
Oh, so this is why you're saying you would normally cut 4.
Yes.
So you can then do them all in one go.
Exactly,
then.
because
Yes.
obviously you've got 4 legs.
Yes.
So I'm just going to show you one.
Well, I think he's not got 4 legs, not 4 standing up legs.
No. So there it is stuck on. So you can see how easy that's now going to be to cut that, to sew that down all the way down. So this is his hoof bit. I think I took the pin out there, didn't I?
You did. You just took it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you sew that, and again, you must leave a turning gap somewhere.
Yep. Well, this is what I wanted to say as well. In the book, I don't like doing that because you've got some really gorgeous fabric, which, as you can see, does fray a little bit, as with all good cottons they do. So when I sewed round, and I actually left a gap at the side of the seam, and actually hand sewn it back up so that you couldn't see it towards the back of the leg. How the book tells you to do it is that you've got to, with your seam ripper, cut a bit in there, but I don't know, it just, I didn't like to do.
And then try and sew those edges back together again.
You've got to, once you've stuffed that,
so I would leave it in the seam.
Yeah, because when you try and stretch it out, that's going to, that's not going to be very good. So I'm just going to sew around this really quickly.
So you sort of straight up on the hoof.
Straight up on the hoof.
So you could, if you wanted to, you want to make sure you get that straight. You could
I
use
would draw a line.
A line, yeah. You could use your
would.
friction pens for
yeah,
that, couldn't
I
you?
would.
And you're going to be sewing right next to the paper.
Yes.
And then you cut out with a 1/4 inch seam. And as we said, if you've got pinking shears, it's a good way of cutting out.
That
the
is a
curve.
good way of doing it. And obviously when you put your next leg on, remember you've got 1/4 inch seam,
and then
plus another
inch,
1/4 inch seam, and then put the next leg down.
I suppose you could do them one by one, and then you wouldn't have that issue.
Yeah, you could do. Yeah.
You cut the first one out before you stick the second one down. You absolutely make sure you have enough space.
Yeah. I'm only going slower because it's round
Going
corner.
round the corner, yeah. So hear it going over that seam.
Yes, I didn't leave the gap with the seam.
That's okay because we're not going to have time to stuff it anyway.
No,
so.
but you can
normally you would have left
you
a
would
gap
leave
in the
a
seam.
you would leave a gap.
Sorry, again, you can't stuff it from the hoof end then.
Well, the only difficulty with that, because you've got like the circular hoof, you've got to fit that hoof round the circle, and I just think it's. I mean, you could do it.
And then you'd hand stitch the.
Yeah, and then you
hoof
could.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas you're meant to really machine sew it round, I suppose, for strength. Plus, also, if you're using a straw, I'm guessing that would be quite a good idea, just to stuff the straw up inside the leg as you stuffed it. But like I say, there's no right or wrong way.
I mean, again,
you just
I
do
read
it how
through
you
and decide how. I mean, what I would do, I would follow the pattern first.
Yes.
And then, having followed the pattern, I would then think, oh, actually, so next time I make it, I'm going to do this instead.
Yeah.
So I always follow the pattern first because that's tried and tested. They know that works.
Exactly.
And then if you decide that there's a better way for you to do it, you can make that decision.
I guess it's all, all depends on the type of fabric that you're using. As I say, it's really fray fabric. I wouldn't really be using a stitch ripper to make a hole.
What you're talking is making not the seam. You're doing up the middle of the fabric.
Yeah, they did it down here, which I don't think
I've done that. I've done that on a project. I can't remember what it was. I did it on a project, but you're right. The underside then,
and
it's kind of like gathers a bit because you've got to obviously turn the ends.
You've got a job then to, and then you just pick this off. And you do exactly the same thing. Each one of the hooves, obviously there's 4 hooves. Let me just cut that off a minute because I've just sewn over the paper a little bit. Which I don't suppose would be an issue, actually.
No, you can pick it out, actually.
Yeah. Bit like the English paper piecing, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So there's your leg. And then you do exactly the same thing with the ear. You cut these, with the ear, you've got a little 4 inch by 4 inch square. you put interfacing on one side just to make it a bit stiffer.
Yeah.
And then you just fold it over on the wrong side. And then you can either draw around it, you know, after you've stuck it on there, you can then, it's firm enough then to draw around.
Yeah.
And then you'd have 2 of these, and then obviously have the other one there, and then you just stitch them both together and then sew them. You know, I always look at them in the face, just make sure I've got it straight, not wonky eyes. But you've got the legs, the ear, the hoof. Once you've actually done the leg, once it's round the right way, you then have to fit the circle bit in there. So it's up to you whether you have the side seam undone and then stuff it and then sew it round, or whether you want to hand sew it round. But you've got to be really careful in your hand stitching, or do like a ladder stitch or something so it's not seen.
Yes, absolutely.
From the outside. But that is
it's a fun project to do, though,
oh,
isn't it?
absolutely. And it comes together so quickly.
Yes. So, I mean, obviously you can't do it in an hour. We appreciate
No,
that. But
it's-
how
yeah.
long roughly did it take you?
I made it of an evening.
Yeah, so 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, I would say 3 hours
Yeah.
probably.
So it's really a sweet little project
Yeah.
to make, isn't it?
And then you can sit
actually,
down.
I think it's one of those projects that you could actually do with a child, because a child
Yeah.
could lay the skeins out, couldn't they?
Yeah.
Pick the colours, and they could take the ends, and
Yeah.
so they could really help with
Yeah.
that. So
And they
it's-
do like it, because my grandson Alfie, when he comes over, well, when he's allowed over again, of course, we've made silly things like drawing out an elephant, and then, so he sits on my lap whilst I operate the machine, and we go all round the outside, and he loves it, and he
Yes.
stuffs it and everything. So it's a good way to teach children as well,
It
really,
is,
the simple
isn't it?
things.
Wow.
But yeah,
so
this is one I did earlier.
This is what you did earlier, who's got drunken legs.
Yeah.
So that's really lovely, and we're going to welcome Rachel back in an hour for the 11 o'clock, and we go from a little pony to this my enormous cushion behind me. When you see it on the counter like that, it doesn't actually show how big it is. It's a floor cushion. Or on the bed, you could have it if you've got like a load of pillows on the bed.
Yeah.
You can have that. It's a lovely
Yeah.
big cushion.
And it's 30 inch by 30 inch.
30 inch by 30 inch. So Rachel will be back with us showing a little bit of that. But quickly before we go, let's just quickly recap. We're going to recap the book first. It's been very popular, not surprisingly. First time we've had it today. Clear instructions all the way through for each of the products and the templates. And the templates, I love the fact that they're colour coordinated, so you can see which bits you need for which of the little creatures. So they are really, really gorgeous, beautifully illustrated, fun projects. And they have been done in beautiful fabrics. Obviously, you choose your own fabrics. But I just love the way, the alliteration. You've got Drake the Dragon, and so Super Scotty, etc. It's a really lovely little book there. $15.99, free post and packing. We also kept, Rachel's been a firm user of this. This is the freezer paper, which, although it's kitchen, as Kat said earlier, we've taken this. This is now a sewing aid. So this is £6.49. So a message from Dennett for information. You can, in Scotland at least. Oh, so you can still buy bread wrapped in freezer paper type of wrapper. I bought some yesterday, which actually, so when you're eating your bread, carefully unwrap it, and you've got some freezer paper so you can reuse it. If you're not in Scotland and you can't buy it, then I would buy this. So is this really £6.49? £6.49 for 12 metres. And of course, it's free post and packing today. This is what Americans use a lot. So this is great. So it's great for freezing meat, according to this, or for us, it's great for using as pattern papers. You get 50 metres. Is it 50 metres? 12 metres, 50 square feet. Why would they put square feet? How does that work? American, yes. So very, very useful to have for us. Free post and packing, don't forget. And of course, we have our 3 packs. So we have the white and gold, which is this lovely sparkly gold with an ivory contrast, and the pastel embroidery flosses. There's 36 skeins of 8 metres each, and you're only using 1 metre of each, so you've got plenty left for other projects. Really lovely. And of course you also get the toy stuffing. The whole lot is £19.99. So you buy the book separately and you get this separately too. Or you could go for the blue, which is this is our drunken pony. This is the Liberty. This is the Liberty one, which is the Adventures in the Sky with the Colbert blue. So you can decide whether you have the blue as the body or the hooves. That's up to you. And this time you get the lovely embroidered floss, nice bright colours. But what you can do is you don't have to use all of them. You need 1 metre times, say, 24 of them. But you could actually do 2 or 3 metres of, one. So you could actually limit the colours. It's up to you entirely. That's your creation. And finally, we have this one. So this is still the most popular one. We've got this lovely, beautiful pink floral with this lovely sort of ginghamy look, and then with the floss, which is the more pastel-y shades. And of course, don't forget, you do get the toy stuffing as well. So that is our 3 kits for these, and the book and the freezer paper. And don't forget, we also had the scissors, and we had the little pebble pocket of needles. So have a look on the website for all of those. Oh, we've had another picture in from Karen. Let's have a look. Oh, she's made the pony previously. Look at it. Isn't that gorgeous? It's lovely. It's a seahorse. Yeah, it is a seahorse. Look, that's really cute. I do love that. And it's lovely, isn't it, how the different makes look different when they're in different colours. So don't forget, as we go up to the hour, we've got free post and packing all day today. So as many times as you check out your basket, the post and packing is free. So it's an ideal time to buy some of the little bits that sometimes you might think, post and packing makes that a bit too expensive. So today is the day to buy right up until midnight tonight. It's not just what we're showing today, it's everything that's on the website. So anything you want to buy today, as it's our Mother's Day day, now's the day to buy it. So after the break, I will be back with some fabulous fabric bundles, which I've got right there. So I'll see you in just a few minutes. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, welcome back. Look what I've got to play with. This is our third hour already, and I've got a really hard hour now. I've got to play with fabric, but obviously in my element. So I absolutely love all this. I've got some fabulous fabrics, and we're going to start on our Mother's Day with all these lovely things on sale. Free post and packing all day. We're going to start with this mega bundle, with it's Kingston fabrics, a mega bundle, which means we are getting ½ a metre per piece, but because it's a mega bundle, one of these ½ meters is basically free. So you're getting, how many are we getting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So you're paying for 12 and you get 13. And you're getting free P&P. So shall I delve into one of them? Which one? I'm going to go for this one. I'm going to go very carefully because you cats put them out so beautifully and I don't want to spoil this lovely display. This one, this is lovely. These kind of like quite, oh, if you want this on this, you can get this on its own, but we've only got ½ a metre left. So one of you can get this on its own. But remember, we're doing this as a bundle as well. And the bundle price, sorry, I'm saying that now and you've just taken that off the screen. The bundle price, so you're all 13 ½ metres is £83.88. Got an idea what that is per ½ metre without me having to use my poor little brain? Look at this lovely design on here though, isn't it gorgeous? So it's almost like a kaleidoscope, isn't it? You've got this sort of kaleidoscope look to it. It's a lovely feel of fabric too. It's a really sort of nice feel, sort of medium weight cotton. Very, very pretty print on here. So this is number 1. It's not number 1, by the way. It's got its own code. Oh, so that lucky person who's bought that one has got the last one that was on its own. So now this one's only available as part of the bundle. Pop that back in its place. And I'm going to go for this one. Randomly picking these out just to keep Kat on her toes. She normally tells me which one, so I'm just being difficult here. Look at this. I think I can't show, they're little flowers. If I put my glasses on, I can see those better. They're little tiny, I thought they were little bees, but they're little flowers. Oh, aren't they sweet? Oh, it's much clearer when you put your glasses on and you can see what you're looking at. Oh, that is so cute. That's like I said, it's a nice deep red. Again, it's a lovely weight of cotton. It's a print, as you can see, because it's white on the back. It's really lovely, good quality weight cotton, ½ a metre. If I hold that like this, can you see that? £6.99 for ½ metre. So you can buy this as a ½ metre if you wish. What about multiples, Kat? So it gets cut off the bolt. So if you buy multiples, if you suddenly decide you want this in a 2-3 metre piece, just buy lots of different units and you get it as one big piece. So that's this one. It's lovely, isn't it? This is this little red with a flower on it. And then I'm going to go blue next time. So look at this blue. So I have to fold it up neatly. It has to be nice and neat again. Oh, so this mega bundle, I'm not sure I'm going to get through the whole bundle before we've sold out. We've only got 10 left. Less than 10 left. So I'm only going to half open that one, so it doesn't take me so long to fold it up. Look at that. So that's a lovely, it's a kind of, It's not even navy. It's quite lighter than navy, but it's kind of stripe, floral stripe. Put it that way. Look at that, and it's kind of almost got like a little paisley bit in the pattern there. It's really sweet, very nice. So that's another one. So this is lovely fabric. It really is. So they're all part of this mega bundle, or you can buy 1, 2, 3 units of them individually at £6.99 per half metre, and they're cut off the bolt to the length that you require. So this is this stripe again. So look, I'm going to put it this way around. Look, this is a warm grey, but look at that. I would say it's a grey, but it's a bluey grey, isn't it? So it's lovely, and it's got lovely with the red. So it's the same pattern as that blue one was. Blue steel it is. Is it, Elliot? Blue steel. Just what you're going to call it. As good a name as any. So that's that one. That's a really lovely one. I love this. It is, isn't it? I'm messing up your lovely display now. Let's go for this one. Look at this. This is nice, look. So this is the kaleidoscope. So what we're actually looking at this, we've got on this collection, we have the floral in different colourways. We have stars in just 2 colourways. We have the stripe in 1, 2, 3, and this of course is the kaleidoscope design. So you've got this design, which means, oh, we call it tiles. Okay, tiles on gold. Yeah, I can see that because they're kind of like tiles, aren't they? So this is really, really lovely. This would be, yeah, as tiles in the bathroom, they would look really good, wouldn't they? They would look lovely. So this is a lovely one too. So again, it's that lovely quality. And of course, the nice thing about this is why it's a mega bundle. Kat, did you put this mega bundle together? She's got a really good taste here, and they all go together. They all work with each other. So that's why I think they're particularly nice as a bundle. So that's that one. Let's go one of these little stars. We've only got 2 of the little stars. I'll just open it halfway. So that's a nice one. This is a navy star on a tan background. It's got a crease in the middle. I'm trying to hold that open so that you can see it nicely. A lovely little design there. This is good. This would be great for small parts, for sashing, for that sort of thing. Or of course for the pony, you could use this. You could use any of these. Lovely quality cotton as well. I think it's really nice. So that's that one. And then we've got the same design in this sort of soft red. What colour do we call it? It's coral, isn't it? It's like a brick red, yes. Yes. So those stickers that you see on, it's just so we can put them back together nicely. So they all complement each other. They all look really nice together. So if I bring that in, look. Yes, it's not, so it's not, all you get is the top of my head then, sorry about that. I'm probably needing to have my roots done too. So yes, it's not a solid colour background. It's it's got like a linen-y feel to it. You feel it's got a weave in it, but it's very cleverly done. And look at what I've done. I've just put that with it there. That goes beautifully, doesn't it? What about that? See, I would use that for borders and use these as more signature pieces. It would be a cold, oh, that's no good putting it there, is it? Let's put it here instead. So look, I mean, they just go so well together, all of these different colours. So let's look at this. They've got this other navy. Let's look at this other navy. This is, oh, and this is as a mega bundle. So again, you can buy these, apart from that first one I picked up, you can buy these as individual pieces, as half-metre pieces, or you get the whole bundle. The whole bundle we are running short of, so if you are interested in this whole bundle, £83.88 for 13 pieces of half-metre, which works out at 6.5 metres? 6.5 metres. So this is that tile design, or the one that I think looks like a kaleidoscope in the middle here. Again, so this is in the blues. This is this is most popular so far. This is really, really pretty. This is Elliot's favourite. I think it's mine actually as well, because I loved it in this one. I loved that in that one. But you could have, yeah, you could. This would make lovely sort of curtains or blinds, you know, if you wanted to put this in the bathroom. It's definitely, this is definitely navy, this one, yes. So it says ebony. I don't know, what colour is ebony then? I thought ebony was black, but anyway, I don't know. That's only because of that ebony and ivory song, isn't it, about the piano? This is a very rich navy with white, so the detail and design is white and like a slate grey, so it's got that dimension to it. It's really pretty, very, very lovely. So this is our mega bundle, and interestingly, these are the ones that are the most popular, this particular print, if you're buying them individually. But of course, we do still have a few more of the bundles, the mega bundle, if you want the lot. And if you get the mega bundle, you do get the extra ½ metre in your bundle. So you're getting 13, not 12. And because some of them have sold out by the ½ metre already, we can't recreate this mega bundle again. So this is your opportunity to get it. So, and this is that little flower again. This is really sweet, but we have got other fabrics as well. There we are. So this is that little flower. When you keep seeing these little stickers, so I mean, can you imagine in a warehouse with all of these beautiful fabrics and products, every product has a unique number, and that unique number is on the little sticker, so when it goes back to stock, they know exactly where to put it. Hence, you keep seeing these little stickers. That's what they're for. So this is that lovely small little flower print again, which is on the beige, and it's really nice. And again, you know, just bring these other colours back together. And they just work so well together. Bring this one in. You can really sort of play around with the colours if you get this whole bundle. You could even, I mean, I like the bright red as usual, of course. And look at those together. They look really lovely. Or the blue and the red, dramatic. So really lovely colours going on together there. So you can play with them. You've got a ½ metre piece, so 6.5 metres altogether in the mega bundle, or £6.99 for a ½ metre piece of any one of the colours that you're looking at. And that means that you can actually buy, you know, 2 metres, 3 metres or whatever if you so wish. But we got more fabrics. Which ones? Which ones? This one? Oh! Haven't I? Oh, I've still got more. I've done that one, that one, that one, and that one. I've done that one and that one. Oh, ivory with a floral stripe. This one? Ah. Oh, I've got other fabrics to look at too, and I want to look at them. We're staying on these because they are wonderful. And the quality of them is amazing. I just love the quality of this fabric. It's quite a nice weight cotton. It is, yeah, it is different. This is lovely. So this again, we've got the same design here, but look how different it looks when it's on the ivory background and the little paisley print and everything. So it's the same design, but this time it's on the ivory. It would be lovely. It would be lovely for dolls, but I think it has a kind of little vintagey feel to it. This one, I really do think it's very lovely, sort of classic and beautiful. Yes, there is another one I haven't looked at. I've just noticed. So that's that one. We've got the navy bud. This one. Is that? That's a no. I would say this is a dark grey. That's why I was confused which one. But isn't that pretty? Oh, let's turn it up the right way. So there we are. We've got the little tiny flowers again. And they're really sweet. So they're sort of in the beige and red leaves on them. So again, if you wanted to team this with one of the other pieces, you can team it really easily with the other piece. So they look so beautiful together. Makes the red pop, doesn't it? And equally, if you put the red with it, that would look really good too. But I actually quite like the idea of mixing up the design. So you've got your little flower, we've got the tile pattern, And then of course we've got the stripe. So you've got the different patterns going on there, and they look really good together. Or of course you could go for stars. So you've kind of got the 4 different patterns. Look lovely together as a group or individually. So all of these are available except for the first one I showed, all available as pieces on their own or in the mega bundle. Tile on still, yes, that's a nice one. That's this one. This is a nice colour. Isn't that nice? So I mean, the darker base like that makes that the print really sort of pop out, doesn't it? It's really lovely. That's a beautiful design. This would be nice in a kitchen. It would be nice in a kitchen. This would be nice in my son's bedroom. He's gone for grey. He won't want it because it's got colour in it, but he's gone for grey, white and black. But this, just a little pop of colour, I think would be nice for sort of throw cushions and things. So that is really lovely. And it's again, it's a ½ metre piece, or if you wanted bigger, of course, you just buy multiple units. So is this your favourite one? Oh, the blue one's still your favourite? This one. And then another one by the ½ metre is the ivory buds. This one. Look at that. You want that one and the ivory stripe. It does have a vintage feel to it, doesn't it? Look at that. That does look beautiful together, doesn't it? So if you do like a bag, a cushion or something like that, you can put those two together. They would look beautiful. Do it in the thirds rather than ½ and ½, and it looks really lovely. So we have the complete mega bundle. So we were showing these at £6.99 for the ½ metre piece, but the mega bundle, which you get all 13, so 6.5 metres in. So I'm looking at the prices. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. So if you get the whole lot, 6.5 metres for £83.88. So it's a good deal. So it basically means one of the ½ metres is for free, and because it's our Mother's Day special, free post and packing. Even though this might be quite a weighty package, might be a heavy package, especially if you put that lovely steamer in. Oh, love that, I'm going to get that. Now, we also have, so if you wanted to team these with some solids, plains, we have this selection here. Is this a bundle individually by the ½ metre? So we're starting with the scarlet. So it's just £3.49 for ½ metre, and it's just very simply a ½ metre of a plain fabric. So let me pull that metal bundle together. Let me have a look. So look at that. It makes that red stand out, doesn't it? But it also makes that print stand out. It just makes the print really pop. Because you've got it with something plain, and equally you could put the red with the red. But isn't it nice to have that contrast? I think the contrast works well. Equally, you could have the blue. So you can have all of these mixtures of colours. So think about I mean, these plains I think are just good to have in your box, because sometimes you've got these beautiful prints, but you don't necessarily want to put another print with it. So rather than put another print with it, put a plain. So have these plains in your box. This next one is called Slate. This is a very popular colour, this. And again, nice ½ metre, good quality fabric, but it's only £3.49. It's £3.49 for a ½ metre. And again, you can, of course, buy the multiples, and it goes with a lot of the fabrics in our mega bundle already. So let's have a look. Let me pull one of those forward. You see, look at that together. It works really well together, and it brings out the blue from the little flower. Put the little flowers up the right way. So that kind of like really looks good together. So you can play with this. So get the mega bundle, get pieces from the mega bundle, get some of the plains as well. Really handy. And at £3.49 for a ½ metre, it's worth getting ½ metre or even a metre. Getting a metre at that price. This is, what's it? Silver mink? Okay. Silver mink. It's yes. It's a sort of brown bronzy colour. Again, you can see I love these fabrics. I just keep stroking the fabric. Lovely fabric, 1/2 metre, very good. Goes well with any of these other prints again. It goes well with that. It goes well with that one. So you can see how you can put them together. And again, it just kind of brings out the colours. So these are also, you've got the mega bundle, or you can buy those pieces individually. And then you can get a nice selection of these 1/2 metre plains. It makes your fabric, I mean, you might use these for sashing, for binding, or you might use them for pockets or linings, or you might use them so if you have them on, you just want to divide up some of the prints and make the prints pop out by having plains in between. And this, of course, is something we should all have in our things. It's a natural get my teeth back in, natural seeded 100% cotton. It kind of, I don't know, do you call it, I mean, I would call this like vanilla, because it's sort of got, I don't know if you can see, it's sort of got like a little tiny fleck in it. So it's really, really nice. It's not plain, it's not flat. I'm going to just put my hand over the label. It's got like a texture to it, so it's really nice. I don't know how clearly you can see that. Yeah, it does. It looks like a calico, but it's not. It's a cotton. I mean, calico is cotton, but it's not rough. It's not a rough cotton. It's very nice. Nice, soft fabric, and it is that lovely colour, that sort of vanilla-y colour. So that's really nice. Very useful to have. As I say, it's useful to have to separate colours or to use for linings, pockets, sashings, borders, and you can add some of the other of the prints. And when you do that, it makes the prints really pop. So very, very handy to have. And you know what my eyes are going to, this one here. Look at this. So this isn't a bundle. We've got them together because they're all Michael Miller. They're all available for, Born to Sew is the collection, and they're all available by the 1/2 metre or multiples of. So look at this one. See, look at this. Isn't this the most cutest thing? So there's little flowers, but they're made of buttons. They're button flowers. So it's just like a subtle nod to the craft, isn't it? Isn't that sweet? And again, the background isn't solid. It looks like it's been sort of splashed with some with some colour just to make it more textural. So it's really lovely, great quality again, good quality cotton. 1/2 metre, £7.49 for 1/2 metre. But again, don't forget, buy multiple units if you want bigger, because it will be cut for you. That's that one. Then we've got all this one. Look at this again. So we've got, this is a lovely background colour, isn't it? It's nice and dark, but makes those colours pop out. Look at that, isn't that lovely? I do like the pops of colour. So again, it's little buttons and a few pins. You've got like a little pin cushion with pins. It's not over the top sewing. I mean, I have got a dress which is made up of dresses, which I have worn here actually, but this is more subtle. So this is, you and I, because we're into sewing, we'd know this, but somebody else seeing it would just see a pretty design. So I think that's really nice. It's quite subtle to have that. Little flowers, little buttons and things, really cute. So that's a lovely one. So again, £7.49. And then I'm going to go to the next, I'm just going to go into the next one in the pile. Look at this one. So this is cute. It's needles on teal. So it's like the little cross needles, and again, and pins. I'd say these ones are pins because they got the little bobbly heads. But it's so subtle. It's not something that's sort of blatant. You're not walking out, I mean, not there's anything wrong with walking out saying, I sew, of course there's not. But it's kind of like a subtle, I think it's a nice little reference to it. So great for bags, for quilting, for dressmaking. You know, you could do lots of this. It's a good quality cotton. Obviously, you'd need multiples of the unit, the 1/2 metre unit, if you were going to use it for a bigger project, which you do because it's cut off the bolt for you. So that's really good. Lovely one there. And oh, look, we've got that nice print again with the pop of colour. That's going to come up next. So here it is, look. So you can get it with the teal background, or you can get it with this background. So it's the same idea. It's got these lovely sort of flowers and buttons that make it look floral, pin cushions with your pins in it. It looks almost sort of like a 1960 hippy dippy floral print, doesn't it? You won't remember that. I do just. So this is really lovely. I love this one too. I'm not sure which is my favourite yet, because I know I've got some more. Oh, we've only got 2.5 metres left of this one, so if you're interested in this one, bear that in mind, because we haven't got a lot left. That's 5, isn't it? That means we've got 5 lots left. But I like this. Look at this stripe. And isn't it good the way they all join together? So again, you know, they work well together as well. If you decide you want a bit of this and a bit of this, and maybe a bit of this. So they all work well together. But look at this lovely stripe. So you've got a mix, you've got all the sort of the buttons, and you can obviously use it horizontally or vertically. Little craft apron. Kat's suggesting a little craft apron would be nice. Cushion backs, cushion fronts. I mean, you can use these are just for so many different things that you can make them for. So this one here, this is sweet. So this is this little button one. It is nice, isn't it? It does go with my dress. So this dress I made, and when I first cut it out, I cut it out with the flowers going the other way. And I took it up to my son and I said, should the flowers go this way or that way? And I had them the wrong way. So I had to, unfortunately, I always buy 3 metres when I buy fabric for dressmaking. And I had plenty, and therefore I was able to recut it out and use my incorrectly cut out pieces for other projects. So make sure you know which way up your fabric goes before you cut it out. There's always a direction. There's not always a direction. That's the thing. I have spent hours going round and round a piece of fabric before trying to work out which is the right way up to realise it's multi-directional. But this is lovely. And again, this is actually multi-directional. You've got the little flowers, but they're all different ways. So you haven't got to worry too much about which way is the right way up. So that's really sweet. And then finally, in this particular collection, but we're selling these all individually, remember, not as a collection. The final one is this one. Do we call this labels? What do we call this? Sewing machines on beige, okay. They are like tiles, yes, so you could actually use them as little pockets, or you can use it as a solid background. So that's really sweet. It's really a really nice, sweet little design. So it's quite beige with the print on it. There's all sorts on them. You could make little pockets of things. This one says sewing pocket, look. Sewing machine, yes, Elliot's saying a sewing machine cover, that would be a good use for this. Sewing machine cover, overlocker cover, with some of the wadding that we've got, like the bozal would be great, give you a nice stiff cover. You could make a button box. You could make any kind of box. Then you use, yes. So you could join these. Look, Elliot's telling me all these ideas. So you make your button box, this is the outside, you can use one of these for the inside to line it. So there's lots of things you can do, only limited by your own imagination, as they say. You can be very creative with this. So that is that one. Don't forget, I keep saying, but just in case you've just joined us, it is free post and packing all day. So if you want to stock up, say, on just a 1/2 metre of this or a 1/2 metre of that, or I was going to say a point turner, but they've sold out, or a quick unpick or some needles, now's the day to do it, because they're small price items when the post and package can fill quite a lot. But today, it's free, absolutely free. So today's the day to do it. We're going to do this one. All right, so this is only available as the mega bundle. So we're going to look through them all so you can see what you're going to get. It's £51.99. It's 3.5 metres. So we have 7 pieces of 1/2 metre. So let's look at the first one. I'm going to open this right up. Look at that. These little chickens and cocks. strolling across, little corns of ears. I mean, this is really sweet, isn't it? This is a fun. Talking about an apron, I think this would make a nice apron, and you could have a pocket as well on that. That could be the pocket. So you could team it with one of the planes and then make that as a pocket as a pinny. That would be really sweet, I think. That's a really nice. That's a fun one, isn't it? So that's that one. You also, yes. So let's fold that back up again. Oh, look at this one. So this is just a nice floral. This is a pretty floral. It will go well, and that's the thing. These have been. Kat, have you put these together again? They are a fabric collection. So they're sort of designed to go together. So they do all go really well together. If you put them together, if you're making a quilt, if you're making a bag, if you're making a cushion cover, anything that you make, you can just pick out these and put them together. So that's that lovely floral. And that's, I don't know, is that a dark green or is it a black? Difficult. I think it's a black, this one. But it does make yes it is. You see, it's amazing. Put my glasses on, I can see. It looks really lovely. And it does go well with the chickens. Goes beautifully with the chickens. So if you, for instance, this is an idea, it's not prescriptive. If you made your little penny out of that, and then you could have a long pocket going across with that could be your pocket. And that would look really nice. That would be a nice thing, nice gift for somebody. So that's the little floral one. There is a second floral. Let's go for that one. This is nice too. So this is, remember, a mega bundle. So it's not individually priced. These are mega bundle. You get all 7 pieces for £51.99. So it's 3.5 metres for £51.99. So that's, this is, yeah, it's lovely colours. It's sort of, again, it's got a more of a rustic feel, I think. It's kind of like country. This is country, isn't it? What is the name? Have we got a name for it? Farm to Market. So this is the whole Farm to Market collection. It's beautiful. I love that one. And then we have also got, look at this, corns, isn't this cute? This is cute. So that, oh, shall I? That is, if I turn it up the right way. This is lovely, isn't it? A little apron or something. You know, you could also make like little PJ bottoms as well. You know, just be fun. Do something fun. This is really sweet. Vegetable bag, yes. Tote bag. We all have to have our own tote bags nowadays, don't we? So you could have a nice little tote bag. So this is really nice. There's little corns. It's ears, aren't they? Ears of corn. I think they're called ears. I would never trust me. And here we've got some more chickens. So again, is this, no, it's not directional actually. They're all over the way, aren't they? Yeah, so this is one of those ones that you'd spend hours trying to turn it around and decide which way up it goes. But I think it's non-directional. That's definitely on its side, so it's definitely an up, yes, it's up or down, yeah. So it's up to you to decide which one. So that is another one again. All available in this mega bundle, remember. So actually, you can buy them by the half metre on the website. So we haven't got them today. So you look for Farm to Market on the website and you will find them. And they are, as always, they are being sold at £7.49 for a half metre. And don't forget, if you buy it off a website today, you still use the code MUMPMP to get your free post and packing. We have this one. Do you want me to look at these? Just 2 more in this bundle. Remembering this is the bundle that we're doing. So these are the last 2 of the bundle. Have we seen that one before? I don't think so, no. So this is the only one with the houses on it, which is cute. This would be a lovely playmat. It would be a lovely playmat. That's the other thing to think about, how you use them as playmats. So That's really cute. So you've got little houses. It's a little, well, it's obviously farm, isn't it? So you've got a silo, and you've got, are these little bee houses? What do you call them? Not houses. What do you call them? Bee. Are they? Oh, all the way down here. Sorry. No. I could have gone to the ones that are up there. I could do that. What do you think? Are they just tubs of tomatoes or something, or apples, or yes? Maybe I'm trying to put bees in where they're not. So yes, so it's farm. It's not houses. It's farm. It's farm buildings, isn't it? It's really sweet, very nice, and I love the lightness of some of these trees, where it's sort of really like just kind of like springs out, doesn't it? That's really pretty. It would make a lovely backing to something. Make it sort of reversible then, wouldn't it? So we've got one more in this mega bundle, and that's this one here. So it's the same as the one we were looking at, the two-directional one just now. This time it's lighter, and we have the cockerels, and they're up or down. So they're going up and down all over the place. This ties them all together, doesn't it? Ties all these different fabrics together. So we've got the little chicks, which we had on the other one. We've got, I think they are, put my glasses on again, have a look. I'm not sure if they're apples or tomatoes, actually. Anyway, they're a fruit or a vegetable. Oh, we've got cabbages. Oh, look, we've got cabbages. I think so, because of the stalks on them. The little ears of corn. I just think they're fun. They're fun fabrics to make. You could make a little pair of shorts out of these for a child, would be really sweet. Little pair of shorts. So we do have a lot of bundles in baskets. So please be aware that if you remember, in the basket doesn't mean it's yours yet. You have to check out in order to ensure. Now, yes. So to go with this, Kat's put together this bundle. This is a bundle, did you say? Okay, so this is a complimentary bundle. So it's 3 meters this time, so not 3.5. And it's 6 different half-meter pieces. These are all Rose and Hubble quality. And of course, and Kat said they go perfectly, even if she says so herself, to the market. They do. I absolutely agree. I think you're very good at putting these bundles together. Look at that. If I put that print on there, look at that going there, or on there, or on there. Doesn't that go well? So what you're getting is corn yellow, hot tomato, that's just like orangey coloured, crimson, chartreuse, very posh, cadet blue, and beige. That's very boring. Can't we call this mocha? Can't we call it mocha? Right, we've got to call it beige. Well, it's just we've got this lovely names for all the others, and then it's beige. So we call it the name that the fabric companies call it by. So yeah, we try and make sure we use the names that are given by the fabric manufacturers, so that there's no confusion for everybody. But look how well they go with this bundle here. So again, even if you don't get the mega bundle, this is still a really, so this is 3 meters at $19.99. Is that right? So my goodness, 3 meters at $19.99. Half metre of each of these 6 colourways, and you can see they go well. So I must say on this one, this time if you buy multiples of this, it's a bundle, you will get half metre pieces because they're already pre-cut. So in other words, you'll get that bundle and then you'll get that bundle again. You won't get a metre piece of any of them. So if you want, a good idea to buy multiples, but they will all be half metre pieces. But they do go beautifully with the prints, the farm to market prints. This is, yes, only just launched today. Is that the first day? Oh, earlier this week. Okay. Look at that. You can see how well they go. Beautifully coordinated, I have to say. The corn went with the green, definitely. And the yellow, yeah. So it is a good thing to have plains in your stash, because you'll always find that they'll go beautifully with a print that you have. And it can be very hard to match colour on the website, because obviously you're relying on your screen's definition. So this is why Kat spends, she's got a lot of experience in all of this, you know. She's so that's what she does. Isn't that lovely? We do have another fabric connection. So again, these are all by, so this is individual, this is not a bundle, this is all by the ½ metre. And this is the Sanderson collection. It does have, because Sanderson I think of as wallpaper. So it does kind of have that feel to me. It's very pretty, isn't it? Is it the same designer? Yeah, it's like, again, it's, now this is a softer cotton. This is quite soft. Has it got anything else in it, or is it just cotton? But it is very lovely. It's got this sort of lovely soft feel to it. Very nice. Definitely, not this particular print maybe, but definitely one for PJ bottoms, I think. This is really lovely. You know, funky indoors trousers that you can wear. This is, isn't this sweet? This is like tiles, isn't it? It's very nice, this. But it's not, they're not sort of perfectly squared or anything, so it's just got a softer look to it. So it's really nice. So that's so this is all individual pieces. This is not a bundle. All 70. I'm very expensive. £7.49 per ½ metre. And here's this one. This is a nice colour. Well, how would I say that? So it's, yeah, it's got. Look at that! Isn't that beautiful? It's kind of like a little leaf. That's really sweet, isn't it? It does. It has, because it does to me. It has that sort of wallpapery feel to it, because it's kind of like an all-over print, isn't it? Very pretty. This would team up nicely with a lot of the other things that we've got. You could definitely make a dress out of it. It's a lovely soft fabric. Definitely the wrap skirt. You'd need to get, well, quite a few pieces of that though, wouldn't you? Because it was 4.5 metres. So you'd have to get 9, wouldn't you? So the same print here, but this time, this is called Spice. It is more muted, because it's the contrast doesn't pop so much. So if you want, this has definitely got a vintage look to it, hasn't it? This is lovely. This is really pretty colour. And again, all sorts of things you can make with. Oh, I see. Ah, you see, it's called Cashmere by Sanderson. And it is. It's got that lovely soft feel to it. It's lovely. And then we have this one. This is fun. This is fun. Look at this. So, yes, of course I did. Look at that. It is lampshade big cushion, or you can use it for a plique. You could cut out around that, but before you cut out around it, put your Bondaweb on the back, or your heat and seal that we had yesterday. Then you cut out around it, and you could applique it, and you could applique it on one of the plains that we had earlier. You could applique that on there, or of course we've got the beige. This isn't the beige, is it? This is the natural seeded, yes. So that goes with everything. So they sort of go really well together. So sort of, you know, think ahead like that of things you can do with it. So that's a really lovely print, isn't it? Yeah, a big pair of trousers, or a big skirt. You need something quite big for a big design to show off that print, because you want the print to be kept whole. So that's really nice. And then finally, this one looks intriguing. This is birds. Birds. Oh, is there a right way up? These are lovely, aren't they? It is lovely, isn't it? I'm just trying to work out if there's a right. I think that is the right way up. Yes, that's the right way up. So you've got these lovely birds. This is really sweet. With sort of, again, it's got that farmy feel to it, hasn't it? So we've got oranges, and what are these? They're not pomegranates? No, I don't know what that is. They look like they're not stones, but like little beads you could eat. Yeah, what do you think that is? Anybody watching? Educate us today. Is it a pomegranate? I think so, yes. I don't know what it is. It might not be. It might just be an artistic version of something. It doesn't have to be specific, does it? We're just trying to put a name to it. But this is really cute, isn't it, with the birds? That is really lovely. So again, something quite big. The skirt yesterday, as you were saying, that would look nice in that. Or, of course, you could do your PJ bottoms in it. You could do bags, cushion covers, quilts, all sorts of things in that. So that is, and you can buy it by the half metres. That's £7.49 for a half metre. If you buy multiples of this one, does it come in the bigger piece? So these ones come in the bigger pieces. It's just that that bundle there that didn't. That's the bundle which is a bundle. I've been looking forward to doing this because Stuart Hillard, lovely, lovely chap, very skilled, uses beautiful coloured fabrics when he does these things. So this is, I think, is this his latest book? I think it might be. I think he might have another one out this year, but I think this is his latest. Oh, he's signed it. Whose is this copy then? It's got a signed one. But look at this. Oh, there he is. So you've got all of the, in the front of it, of course, you've got all of the usual tools and how to do things and how to cut. So lots of basic good information, how to do piecing, basic patchwork units. And it's a hardback book. So this is ideal for those William Morris bookmarker things we had earlier where you can mark where your place is. So turned edge applique. Oh, this is a great method. I use this method to do applique. So you put your fusible interfacing on it, but you put the fusible the wrong way up sort of thing. So the fusible bit is on the right side, stitch around it, slit up the fusible, turn it through. The fusible is now on the underside so it can be fused in place. It's my friend Jenny Raymond showed me that technique first. So this is really lovely. And then all the layering, adding borders, there's everything you need. It really is a kind of almost a beginner's guide to quilting. It's absolutely fantastic. Useful equipment. And then 100 quilts. Look at this. Look at this. Because this is his, I mean, are they, you know, we sort of know and love him from he was on the very first Great British Sewing Bee series. And he didn't win, but he's in the last few. Very, very good, really fun person. But his background is actually patchwork and quilting, which is what he was doing before. So he's been doing this and teaching this for many years. And now, of course, he writes books, he does speeches and lectures. He's a very talented chap. Broke his toe recently. I was having a conversation with him just the other day, and he said he'd broken his toe. He'd actually he walked towards a dresser and somehow his toes went either side of the leg and his little toe was like out at a right angle. So yes, he was in a cast for a while. But it's really lovely. And he was at the Harrogate Knitting and Stitching show the last time we had it, so obviously not last year, the year before. And he was with his quilts, he had all his quilts, and he was doing a talk and then just throwing these beautiful quilts out, showing all these fabulous quilts that he'd made and explaining. And they're all quite easy. I mean, I'm saying that as I'm not a huge quilter, as you know, but it's all about the colours and building up the designs. So simple shapes in beautiful colours make stunning quilts. But aren't they lovely? Every scrap. I mean, that's just, looking at that one, that's, I'm just thinking of our show later on, which we've got those barley pop things. That would be nice. So look at that. So again, barley pops, look at that. Wouldn't that be lovely? The rainbow heart. Very simple. Just using like sort of jelly rolls, really. So we've only got 10 of these left now. So if you do want it, it's a lovely hardback book. Free post and packaging, which is great because obviously a book would actually be quite heavy to post. Free post and package anytime today, whatever you buy. And here it is, look at this, it's all beautiful designs. And I think this was one of my favourite ones that I saw when he was just throwing these quilts about. It's really beautiful. Really lovely. Very clever designs. And the step-by-step instructions are so lovely and simple to follow. So it's beautifully presented all the way through. Can't believe there's so many designs. Look at that lollipop. I think that was my favourite. The lollipop one. I did wonder, because I helped him pack them up afterwards, I wondered if I slightly snuck it behind me, whether he'd notice. Sadly, I think he would have done. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful designs. That one, that's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, and I think it is. It's like there's so much choice in here. There really is something for everybody. And I like the way, we've got all these beautiful designs, but at the front of the book, look at that, lollipops even. Look at that, lollipops. It makes a really lovely quilt. But all of these beautiful designs, oh, this is my crazy patch I love. So that's a really nice and lovely way to use up scraps as well. That's one that I do a lot because you don't need to match your points perfectly, so it's really good. But all of these lovely patterns, and look, here's some templates as well. You do need to enlarge them, it does say that. But all of this, and at the front, all of the step-by-steps on useful equipment, how to do the binding, how to do layering, how to add borders. So it's really got everything. So if you're quite a novice quilter, don't be put off by these designs because you've got all of this lovely information about how to put things together. And Stuart is, he's an amazing chap with a lot of skills, very amusing. So if ever you get a chance to hear him do a talk or something, he's good fun to listen to. If you've got it in your basket, be careful because we are limited on stock and we have more in the baskets than we do available. So, we've had a message from Beverly. Oh, I have that book. Oh, have not made anything yet, but it's gorgeous. It's big, well worth the money. It is. It's a lovely big book. It really is. Loads of people are saying, what are they saying? The fruit was a papaya. Ah, okay. See, I've only ever seen papaya cut up. I haven't seen it as a whole thing. Can you eat the bits? Oh, that's another question. Okay. Let's just going to quickly recap this one because we have a few of these left. So this is the bundle, which is 83.88. So we still have just a few of these left if you want the whole bundle. Remember, you're getting 13 half-metre pieces. So basically one of those is free. Choose which one is free. They are available as half-metre pieces on the website, but not on here. But we don't have that one. I think that you said that one was the one that wasn't. So all of the others you can get as half-metre pieces on the website. Or if you buy the bundle, of course, you do get that one in the bundle. Limited number of bundles left. Is it new today, did you say? Brand new. So it's brand new in today, this one. And it might be gone by tomorrow. So do check out of that if you really want it. Free post and packing, of course. And don't forget the... Oh, where's that gone? Oh, this one. So this one is our complimentary bundle. Not free complimentary, but complimentary and as in goes with. So it goes well with. So this is lovely. This is a pack of plain fabrics which goes beautifully with the farm to market collection, but it's also, they're just so handy to have at home, to have these at home, so you've always got the plain fabric you need to coordinate with one of your beautiful prints or any prints that you get in the future. So you've got this lovely bundle here, $19.99 for the entire bundle, which is 6 pieces, so in other words 3 meters. So that's really lovely. So we have going to into a break again in a minute, and we have got Rachel coming back with us after the break for some of her madness. Do have a look on the website because everything's available for pre-order for what's coming up, but also to order for what we've already been through. Rachel's going to show us some of the techniques used in this mega huge cushion. Obviously only some because it's mega huge, so you couldn't possibly do it all. So do join me in just a few minutes when I will be joined again by Rachel.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hello, my name's Rachel Illsley. Let me show you around my beautiful sewing studio, Magnolia. My sewing studio is in Wootton Bassett, and on a daily basis I alter and dressmake for bridal customers. All my brides are absolutely wonderful. You can see I make waistcoats, bridesmaids' dresses, anything really they ask me for. Now, my sewing story started as an adopted child. And my adoptive mother was also a seamstress, so she taught me everything I know. So I feel extremely lucky to be able to now be doing this as a profession. Also very proud am I to be now a part of the Sewing Street family, and I so look forward to being on the shows with all of your support, which I know that I have. My claim to fame, well, I did appear on another sewing channel in last November, on the 7th of November. Some of you may have watched it. And so that was my little claim to fame. So I've just literally risen from a full-time insurance job to sewing as a profession. I look forward to seeing you all. Bye!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Hello, welcome back. I'm joined again by lovely Rachel. So this is amazing, huge cushion, and the huge cushion is in the book, and we're going to go for the book first. So the first thing I want to show you is this book, and I want to sort of almost gabble through because again Rachel's got some amazing demos for us. So let's look at the book quickly. We've had this book before. 25 ways to sew jelly rolls, layer cakes and charm packs. So there are different kinds of pre-cut fabrics you can get, and it's always sold out. So this is why we're going to go to it first and mention it. This is one of the favourite designs I feel in the book. So this book, yet again, so it's back in stock today, although it's sold out previously. Yet again, what you have is lots of lovely different projects. So, you know, when you buy the layer cakes and the jelly rolls and things like that, you sort of think, well, what should I actually do with it? This is going to give you some great ideas, isn't it? And it has got some lovely ideas, you know, things like sewing machine covers, which Elliot suggested earlier, notebook covers, some simple fun ideas. Oh, this is quite sweet. A little yo-yo lanyard and card holder for people that have to walk around wearing, you know, a card or something all the time. I like that. That's a nice idea. I say that as if I'm surprised. I'm not surprised. This is great. This is something anybody that sews needs. You need it by the sewing machine. Now you need it on your armchair as well. So it's either a scrap bag, which is what I use, or you obviously can put your tools and bits and bobs. Pin cushion, which is weighted with lentils or something, so it sits there nicely. Just some great ideas. Really simple ideas. Love a Suffolk puff. This is, I don't know if you remember, we've done this one. Cara Ackerman came and she did this one, this Starburst tote. She demoed quite a bit. It's a labour of love. It takes quite a long time to fold up all these little bits of fabric, but my goodness, does it look stunning when it's done. Absolutely beautiful. So here we are again, we've got this lovely, as this is the cushion that you're doing, Rachel. I'm saying this as if you can see all the way over here. So yes, you're doing this. So this is the big bold circles cushion, and it is big. And actually, we have to say when you first looked at it, you thought it wasn't as big as it is because some of the photography you just think it's a normal cushion size, but it isn't. It's big. So just be warned. I've just lost the cushion I was in on. So a bath mat. That's a fancy bath mat. Look at that. So really beautiful, illustrated, step by step, showing you how to put the units together, then put the whole thing together. So it's really lovely. And yet again, as so many of these books have, we also have lots of useful information on how to do things as well. So I think that's really handy. Lots and lots of projects in there. So I can see why. You've bought it yourself, haven't you?
I have, yeah. I bought myself a copy.
I can see why it's very popular. Some of these, look at this, like, it's so simple but beautiful fabrics, and it just just makes it all pop out. So we have previously sold out of this one, so be careful. If you've got it in your basket, you might want to check out and then come back and put something else in, because it's the same free P&P all day long. Oh, code for the free P&P, just to remind you, it's MUM, M-U-M, P&P, MUM P&P, because we're British. So it's not mom, it's mum. So this is this lovely book. So this is $16.99 for this lovely book, with 25 different ways to sew jelly rolls, layer cakes and charm packs. So really lovely, beautifully done, beautifully presented book. And we have 2 bundles. So I'm going to start with this one. This is the one that Rachel worked with on the cushion that's behind me. That's lovely. You can show it on that. So this is that one. So does it say, do you just make a decision as to which one you use where?
Yes, yeah. I just try, what I try to do is have the 4 corners the same. Yeah. And then the middle bit sort of on alternate sides. Yes. Just to create a bit of an interest, but a big powerful centre.
Yes. So what you can do is kind of like lay them out and move them around until you've decided. Yes.
Yeah.
So your bundle includes 2 meters in 4 halves, so 4 half meters, and so this one is lovely bold colours. So you've got a white, red, green traffic lights. Well done, Elliot. So you've got those, and then also you get 5 fat quarters. So looking at this, let's look at the fat quarters because they're more pretty. I'm not going to take too long on these though, because we want to get on with the demo, don't we? But look at this, cherries. Isn't that sweet? Oh, it's a Liberty. That's lovely.
It's gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. Fabric. It's a lovely feel to it as well. I had cherry earrings on yesterday. That would go with them. So that's the Liberty. That's lovely. And of course that then goes with this one. So this is like a kind of a red floral. So that's really nice. It's like a self-coloured print, which is really nice. So how you lay them out, which bit you use for which is entirely up to you. And then here we have a blue. That's nice with a little tiny ditzy print all over it. That's a really pretty one as well. So this is one of your fat quarters. You've got 5 of those. And this whole pack is $22.99. And then, it's these little flowers, aren't they? I'm determined to have bees on my fabric today because I keep seeing bees when they aren't any there. So this is really like a kind of vintagey look print here with little flowers all over it, very pretty. And then we have this like sky It's a blue mix of this one, so it's like a sky print. I love that. I love it. So it's not solid. It's like splashed and texture. Isn't that pretty? That's a really pretty one. So that you can have between some of the prints to make the prints really stand out. So that's that bundle. And this whole bundle makes that huge cushion. Did you need to add any other fabrics to make the cushion?
You probably, because I know there's a meterage, I think, of calico, because when you've made the front of the cushion and then you've got the wadding on behind, you need a lining up against the wadding inside.
Right.
So that's the only other bit, really.
So you'd need to get a
but you don't have to use expensive fabric.
No,
a
it
lot,
can just
a lot
be
of
calico
people have got
or old sheet or whatever.
Yeah, anything
Yes.
like that, just to really stop, or just to, when you put the cushion in, it's not rough.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
thank you. And we do have calico by the half metre? No, is it fat quarter? Okay, so it's by the fat quarter. So it's pre-cut as a fat quarter. But you can, of course, sew them together.
Yes.
Of course. And it's just 99p. It's worth getting a few of those in the basket. So the other colourway. So again, we have 4 half-metre pieces. So these are the Rose and Hubble quality fabric. God, I know Rose and Hubble of old. So there's, what was the first one? Copen, blush, vanilla and fur. It's lovely, aren't they? Lovely colours. And then 5 fat quarters to go with them. So again, you decide which bit goes where when you're putting them together. So what we have here, we've got some, look at that sparkle of colour. Oh, no point in putting it up there. Sparkle of colour there, look. Let's look at the first one then. So this is this little print again. So this is all a bundle. So this is bundle. So it's 5 fat quarters plus 4 half-metre pieces. So that's that little sort of rose print that we had on the other bundle. It's really pretty. I like the colours in that one. I definitely into pinks. Yes, definitely. Yeah, what makes you think that? I always do. It's psychological, isn't it? But look at this. Look at this. Amazing. I love this. I love this one. So this is a kind of like, again, it's going back to that 60s look of flower power. The hippy-dippy flower power. That I don't really remember. And then we have this, so this is like, so again, it's a similar sort of collection to the first. So you've got this lovely soft colour here, and it's like a self colour print. So it's really nice, it's quite subtle. So that's really lovely print there. And all of these are in the bundle. So there's all 5 of these fat quarters are in the same bundle as the 4 half-metre pieces. And so we've got a sort of slate grey. So it's just a plain slate grey there. So that's a great one to coordinate and put between the colours. And then we have this one with this little cross. Noughts and crosses, but no noughts, so just crosses. Crosses and pluses. Oh yes, it is, isn't it? Plus and time. It's your mathematical one. So if you want the pattern that Rachel's going to demonstrate, or indeed to make any of the other patterns, grab the book. But in order to make this particular cushion, you could do with, you don't have to, but you could do with getting one of these 2 bundles. So this bundle or the other bundle. And this bundle is $22.99. Okay, $22.99 for that bundle. So Rachel, hi, welcome back. Here we go again. It is. It's time. Do you know? Just before you start, I've got to do this because I'm going to have to sit down. You know why I'm going to have to sit down? Because I've got to.
Wow! I didn't see those.
I know. I don't know why I wear them because they're behind the counter. So they're beautiful, aren't they? They're lovely.
And of course, if we're all going to do this is my shoe. Yeah. Not quite the same in
I'm
perch.
actually going to perch now just to take the weight off of my heels.
They are fabulous shoes.
Yes, Angela. So Angela said, "What shoes?" So yeah, you just see my shoes, Angela. I do like shoes. I do have quite a lot of shoes. I've been quite restrained this last year though, because I haven't got anywhere to go in them.
No.
Anyway, enough. Rachel, cushion. Tell us a little bit about how you're putting this together.
As everybody knows, I am not a quilter. I've never been a quilter, but I am learning quite a bit, and this is why I bought that book, because there's so many different projects in there, and there's some really simple ones. This is quite a complicated one in my eyes, but there are a lot of simpler ones, and it's just an incredible book. And when I've seen the price of the bundles that you've got there, that's amazing.
It is. Isn't it?
Absolutely amazing. I honestly thought it was going to be double that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what honestly I did. So that's amazing. So as you can see with the cushion, we've actually got curves.
Shall I? Oh no, we don't need to bring it down because you can see from up there, don't you?
You've got curves going around, circular shapes. And first of all, when I had the project to do, it baffled me, and I think, I'm like, how on earth am I going to get the circles? So I have made myself a little tool, although I'm guessing there are tools out there to help you do that. So I've already pre-made 2 of the blocks, because as you know, in quilting, you make blocks and then you join all the blocks together. So I've made 2 blocks in using the rose fabric there, and I've also chosen the dark green, or a dark green I should say, because I just felt that they went together quite well. And as you rightly said previously, Wendy, it just makes it pop.
Yes.
And you can see the circles really well. So I've already pre-made those, so I'm going to show you how to make those. So with your square of fabric, and all the measurements are in the book, okay, so you don't need me to tell you that.
No,
you can just
it gets
refer
confusing, to be honest.
Yeah, you can refer to the book.
Yeah.
So where you've got your square of fabric, okay, on the wrong side, what I did, using my ruler, first of all, you take the fabric and you draw a diagonal. I mean, if you're using a rotary cutter, then obviously you can just go zoom. But as I say, I don't trust myself. So not on a live show. And I really like my fingers. So
I have done that, though.
It's so easy to do.
I have done it. I have cut through my fingers.
Oh,
you just
nightmare.
Just have to, you have to use them responsibly, and you have
Yeah.
to cut away
Yeah.
from you, not at an angle.
No,
if you do it at an angle, you've got no control.
And always push it away from yourself as well.
Yes, just like a pizza cutter.
That's right. So I mean, just for the purpose of today, I'm just going to draw a diagonal line that you can see here. Just straight diagonal to diagonal. Now, that's because you can make 4 of these 2 of these blocks from each square. All right, so it takes 4 blocks for the actual centre. So as you can see, you've got a circular shape. So this is where my homemade tool. So I do apologise for the, but it works. So it took me a little while.
You are right. You can get acrylic rulers that can do it. Of course you can.
I'm sure.
But that's ingenious.
So what I did,
a packaging from a packaging company that
I
use any packaging.
Absolutely, but I made this actually and tore one of the sides off of the boxes when Sewing Street sent me all the fabrics and everything. So I thought that'll do. So basically, I just measured it from corner to corner, and then I measured up an inch. So because you want to try and draw your line, so you've got a straight line going across.
Right.
And then I measured up 2 inches, and then that gave me the curve, and then I just free-handed it down to the.
But is that curved shape in the book?
Yes, the curved shape is in the book. Right. But
so you don't have to do this, but you found that easier.
Yeah,
to do
I found it easier to draw around. I always find it easy, probably because I'm learning the quilting, and I just find it easier to have a, sort of like quite a. So that's one of your curves there.
Right.
if you can see.
Yes.
So we just do it exactly the other way round. So put it
you're
on the
lining
straight
up
line.
the straight line on the cardboard.
This line going across here.
Yeah.
So you've got an inch. That's because if you didn't have that edge, it'd be quite difficult to hold it down. So.
Yeah, you should. This is a new tool. You should sell it.
Yeah.
Made out of cardboard.
Oh, I ought to patent it, didn't I?
But as you say, there probably is one out there.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. So, but this is just to show people as well what
I
you
think
can.
it's good, and I think it's
get your
great
head
that you're
around.
showing exactly that you can do this without having that tool.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's to show it as a newbie as well, so that the mistakes I make or how I get round an issue, hopefully will encourage people, inspire people to make it the same.
Yes. But without the mistakes, because you've made them for them.
Exactly, exactly. So the first thing to do, and again, I'm only doing this with the scissors because I don't trust myself with the rotary cutter at the moment.
This is when actually that little rotary cutter we had earlier would be handy.
It would have
to
been
go round the curves.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But as people know, I've actually just bought the Juki UX8 machine, which is a monster of a machine. So it's actually taken me quite a while to get my head round the machine,
Yes.
but it's a beautiful machine.
And didn't you say you've been reading the manual?
I have, yeah.
Hats
I literally.
off to you.
Well, I
because-
tell you what, I've read the manual probably now from start to finish, because it's like anything you do with sewing. If you read things beforehand, then you don't, then you're less likely to make really bad mistakes.
It is absolutely true, but I have to say I'm more of a man when it comes to manuals. in
Are
that
you?
Don't read the manual until things go wrong.
Oh,
But no, I think you're absolutely right, and I do. When I buy a new piece of machinery, like a sewing
Yeah.
machine overlocker, I do read the manual.
well, I wouldn't normally do it on an ordinary sewing machine because,
Well, you know how
they're
to
all
use it,
basically
yeah.
the same. But with something like this, that's a little bit of a monster, I just thought it might be worth just
Yes.
reading it beforehand.
Well, it's like the air threading machine, the air thredder
Oh,
overlocker.
I've got that as well, the Juki.
Yeah, honestly, it's wonderful.
Yeah,
Absolutely
it is,
wonderful.
it's wonderful. The time it saves.
What I hadn't realised, because I hadn't read the manual through, was that you need to clean out the little tubes every now and then.
Yes,
and you
you
have a
do.
tool in your kit to do
yeah,
that.
that's right.
But I hadn't read that bit.
Oh.
Not that I've come across a problem with it, but a friend of mine who runs a shop, Jo in Petersfield, and she had a customer saying, "Oh, my tubes are blocked." And she said, "Yes, but it does tell you how to clean them in the manual.
Yeah.
It does say you should do
It's
this."
really, it's like with
and
any
she said, so
machine.
she told
you have,
me, she said, "Have you done that?" I said, "No, I haven't read the manual."
the thing is, you have to maintain everything, otherwise
Yes.
it goes kaput,
Of course
doesn't it?
does,
Really?
yeah. So yes, again, the instructions are all there. Okay, so
yeah.
you cut your
So
pieces.
we've cut these. So what you're ending up with is sort of like a pointy one with a curve in the middle, and then you've got like a smaller curve that you've actually cut out of that piece. So now, as you can see, you've got this piece here, which is the outside piece. So now, before you do anything, I found it easier to join the two smaller pieces together first. So you do right side to right side. So if I just, and it just makes it easier to apply rather than dealing with so many small pieces. And it does actually show you to do it that way in actual fact in the book.
Good.
So I'm just going to pin this really. And again, this project does come together quickly once you've prepared all the pieces.
Yes,
and
it's all about preparation.
absolutely.
Isn't it? And accurate cutting. 'Cause when you
Absolutely.
do patchwork with points and things, you do need accurate cutting.
Yes,
don't
you do. So I'm just going to pin that just a little bit along.
But I think it's quite encouraging that you say you're not a quilter, yet
No.
you've achieved this quite complex design, really.
Well, it's I mean I've said this before on the programme. It's so easy for and I used to be the same. I think, oh no, that's far too difficult. I'm not even going to bother doing that. But when you sit down, to me, it stretches you as
Yes.
as a sewer. And whilst I make you know, clothes mainly and alter bridal gowns, so I don't really enter into the world of quilting as such. But there's nothing to say that I can't.
No, of course not. And
You
it's
know.
the same with quilters, of course. There's nothing to say they can't do dressmaking.
Exactly.
And some do. Some do, you know, do that
And there's
transition.
a lot of skills that are transferable.
Definitely.
Absolutely loads. So with the quilt, as in a lot of quilts, so I'm learning along the way, you do a 1/4 of an inch seam. So I'm just going to put the needle down, and what you'll find is that where the point goes down, you won't quite get into the corner.
So an easy trick to do a 1/4 inch seam accurately, if you haven't got a 1/4 inch foot, is to move the needle. So you put the edge of your foot on the edge of the fabric.
That's exactly
and then
what
you
I've
move
done.
your needle. See,
That's
we work the
exactly
same
what
way.
I've done
Move the
here.
needle so it's a 1/4 of an inch away
Yeah.
from the edge, and it's just easier to keep that straight.
Yeah. So I'm going to just whiz up here. As you can see,
What
I do
machine
so
you-
quite quickly
What
on this
machine
one
are
because
you
I use
using?
it. Well, this is the Excellent 720 Pro, the Elna, but I use this
Okay.
in my studio. But it's going to be eventually come as my second-hand man, because you always need 2 machines anyway. If one, you know, and sometimes they do different things as
Yeah.
well.
I know, there's yet to be a machine
That does everything.
Well,
Yeah.
there are machines that do virtually everything, like the embroidery sewing machines, which,
Yeah.
you know, they don't make a cup of coffee, but they do virtually everything else.
Exactly.
But you find that different brands have different particular features that are really fabulous.
Yeah.
And what I would love to do is have one machine that has all those fabulous features.
Well, when I used to go to my bridal exhibitions, there was a chap there. I won't say the name of the company. You might know them. But he had this machine, and he adapted this machine, an industrial machine, so you can interchange all the feet. I mean, it was expensive. It was about £8,000, this machine, and it practically did everything, beading and all sorts of things. And it's actually made for the bridal industry, but
Yes.
things like that frighten me, so I don't really attempt it.
So you're just joining those pieces
Yep,
together
so you
again.
just join this piece together as well. So let's put it round the other way.
So obviously, as usual, right sides together.
Yeah, right sides together.
So how are you making sure that that pointy bit at the top doesn't get pulled into the feed dogs where you start?
What I do, when you start off, you've got the 2 threads on behind. So when I've put that on the end to start to sew, I actually pull that
To make sure it pulls
so
forward.
it pulls through. That's how I do it.
Yeah.
And as I say, everybody's different. You know, there's no, you know, written down rule as to how you do it. I just find that easier. But also on the Elna 720, you've got different needle plates.
Yes.
So you've got a straight
You've got a
stitch
straight
plate.
stitch needle plate. It's got a smaller hole, hasn't it?
Yeah, so it's less likely to go down, but I still just pull it.
I
pull it
would
through.
either do that, or the other trick is to actually put either soluble stabiliser or a little bit of tissue.
Yes,
and
you can.
if you put that
Yep.
underneath the beginning,
Yep.
it just stops that fabric being pulled down
Yep.
into the feed dogs.
There's all sorts of different ways, isn't there? You know, and you just learn which way's better for you.
Yes, exactly, and different ways for different reasons
Yeah.
as well. You've got different types of fabrics that you're
Yeah.
sewing.
So they say different horses for courses, isn't it?
Yeah, your pony that was misbehaving, I don't know where it's gone now, it's been put away.
My husband.
No, your pony.
Oh, my pony! I was good. Oh, sorry.
No, Gary.
Not that I think Gary's like a horse, of course. You know.
Yeah, Gary's been locked in the car because he's been
Oh, we
misbehaving.
can be naughty sometimes, so it wouldn't have surprised me that.
So again, you're just doing the same thing you've just done. You're just stitching.
Yep, just stitching along,
Yeah,
just that seam,
super fast on that machine.
super fast.
I mean, I'm sure it has got. I haven't looked at the front of the machine, but I'm sure it's got a speed
It
lever,
has
so you
a
could
tortoise and hare.
Yeah, so you could actually lower that down if you
yeah.
didn't want to go that fast.
I mean, obviously, I've been, you know, like yourself, I've been sewing a long time.
Yeah, so you're
you
quite
sort of
happy.
tend to get more confident with your own machine. And when I'm making wedding dresses and things, if I went as slow as a snail, then I'd
It would
never
be
get
forever.
it. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Don't have the time to do that.
No. Right. So There we go. So now you've got two petal pieces, I would say, that shape, okay, which I would press open. So let's get my little board. Let's do it properly.
Now, I have to say, when I was doing some quilting, I was doing a class. I was alone. I wasn't doing the class properly, but I was just kind of doing it on my own. And I started pressing between putting all the bits together, as you do as a dressmaker.
Yeah.
I went in to see the tutor to see what next bit I had to do, and she slapped my wrist. Did I tell you to press? I said, no, but you always press a seam before you sew over another seam. And she said, I didn't tell you to, did I? Don't press them.
Oh.
Some quilters say you shouldn't. You should only finger press because you can stretch them out of shape with the pressing.
True. Yeah, you can.
Especially on curves.
Yes, you can. That is a good point. You can stretch them, but I mean, I think it's the dressmaker in me.
Exactly.
It's the dressmaker in me.
Exactly. And I got my wrist flat. All I was doing is what I've always done.
Exactly. And you just automatically do it.
But I do try now when I'm doing quilting, I do try and finger press.
Yeah.
Or again, I use my point turner, which we haven't got anymore. And I can use, you can just kind of like rub that. You can actually get, I think Clover do a crease or roll and press. So you get like these little tools you can use.
Yes, you can, yeah.
But,
I haven't got one, but I know what you mean.
Sometimes it's quite good to avoid, using the heat and the steam and potentially stretching it.
So there you have your petal pieces. So as you can see, it's the same as those petal pieces on here. All right, so you've got two of those now. So my next step is to join the outer pieces on. So they've also got a curve. So you've got to manipulate the curve. So, but you don't, but what, as you just said, try not to stretch the fabric because otherwise you'll be in trouble.
Yeah.
So I just try and join the
are
points
the
up.
curves going the other way? So you've got to, do the curve follow each other?
So you've got that on the cushion, if you can see where the corner is on there.
Yeah.
That's right round there. So you've got the darker colour, then you've got the rose colour, then you've got the dark colour. So they're opposites. So I'm just going to pin this up round here. So I always join up the ends first.
Yes.
And then if I need to adjust it at all halfway through.
You're not having to start back at the beginning.
Exactly.
Again. And also I would do the ends and then the middle.
That's what I always do, yeah.
We just do everything the same, don't we?
But then that's how we're taught, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Is that
it kind of makes sense, doesn't it,
yeah,
really?
It does.
I notice you're pinning along the seam as well, because again, you're as old school as I am.
Yeah.
It's better to put pins at right angles, so you whip them out as you sew. But sometimes when you're working on a tricky seam like that, those curves, the only way is along the seam, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the way I always,
that's how we were taught, wasn't it?
Yeah, and quite possibly people there, the viewers out there, if you have made quilts before, you probably do them the other way.
Yes.
And like I say, there's no hard and fast rule about it. You just do what you think is right.
The only thing about putting it down the seam that I would, as a thing of caution, when you're sewing, your hands are coming forward as the fabric's going back, sort of thing. You can prick your finger.
We've done that many times. You just have to be careful,
you just
really.
Have to be careful.
Yeah. So I'm going to sew this up, which looks a bit peculiar because it looks a little bit rucked up. But obviously, when it's round the opposite way,
you've
then
got your two curves coming together, haven't you?
That's
two opposite
right.
Curves.
So it's almost like putting in a sleeve or something, but in a very loose way. So as you can see, I've got my two threads there, and where I'm starting off, I'm just pulling them at the back.
And are you starting right on the end, or like a quarter of an inch in from the end?
Yeah, where the curve goes down. If I show you here, where the curve goes down here, you can only get down so far because you can't go the full way down, if you see what I mean. But I'll show you what happens to these two little fishtails at each end. You can tell I'm a professional quilter, can't you? I'm sure they're not called fishtails, really.
Probably a technical term for them.
Yeah. So and the only thing with sewing these is as well is just make sure that your fabric, you can feel it, you can feel the fabric flat at the back, because otherwise if you don't, then it'll just pucker.
Ripples,
yeah. And
so this is a time I would probably go slower.
Yes.
And stop and start as you are doing.
Yeah, indeed. And I would, that's how I made the cushion actually.
Yes.
And there's another little tip. It's not in the book, but it's how I did it. And it might help people there that aren't, you know, they're not experienced in quilting, but it does, see, I nearly caught my finger then.
It's because I just said it.
It was, yeah.
You know, I mean, we said this before, I know, but you know the trick to get rid of the blood that you spill on your fabric?
Yep, you wipe it, well, not wipe it, you spit on the fabric.
But it has to be your own saliva.
Spit, yeah.
Yes. I know,
that's
charming.
That's a nicer way of putting it, saliva.
Saliva is a bit nicer.
That's me saying spit, sorry.
That's because I'm a soft southerner.
Yeah, I'm so common, sorry. So I've just sewn down that seam. So if we open that out, can you see that coming together? So to put this piece on
Looks
here.
like a mouth.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I hadn't thought about that before. Right, so that's that piece, like that piece. Okay, so you can see it starting to come together. So now the next piece to put on is the other darker, or your complementary colour, I should say, because it's up to you how you want to do
you choose
this.
which way you do it.
Now, when I join it up to the seam, these little tails, the reason I don't cut them off at this stage is because it gives me a guide as to how far down to go the curves. So you've got so it meets up together.
Yes.
So it joins up together nicely. So just pin that there.
Oh, my stomach's making terrible noises. I hope I'm not sharing them with everybody. It's quite. This is very therapeutic for me.
Oh, I love it. Do you know, I've actually started to really enjoy quilting.
I know, but I was the same.
Yeah,
when
I just used to pass it off.
I did, and I was always quite poo-pooey about it. And why would you take beautiful fabrics and cut them up into bits and then put them back together again?
Yeah.
And then I started having to do it as you know, for various projects and things. I actually quite like it.
Yeah.
I've got to quite like it. So yes, I have to sort of take all that back. But quilters are mad people. They go on holiday with empty suitcases and then come back with them full of fabric.
Oh, I can well imagine that. Whether you'd be allowed to do that nowadays, I'm not quite sure.
True. Very true. Yes, yes. And I mean, you know, I sort of talk about the Festival of Quilts. You said you went a couple of years ago, or wouldn't have been last year, would it?
Yeah.
Of course. And it is amazing when you see the quilts there, the work. They're art. They're works of art.
Sometimes a couple of them, me and Gary were walking round, and a couple of them, you actually had to look real close because they looked like paintings.
Yes.
They were they were
really
amazing.
Well, funnily enough, one of my sisters is a painter.
Oh,
and
yeah.
She's a fine art painter, and she's so skilled. Her paintings are absolutely amazing. Karen, I'm referring to you. And I suppose you know that. But they're so good that sometimes you can't believe that their painting's not photographs.
Yeah. And that's
she's really good at
artist.
water. And she does pets as well. She has amazing pets.
Oh, my Lord.
And I've seen there's on one of the Facebook pages I follow, it's all about the face.
Yes.
And that is all portraits, and it's pet portraits, dog portraits. And people are so talented. I just look at it and think, I thought I was quite good at what I do.
There's some very talented.
Amazing.
I draw cartoons. I drew Winnie the Pooh and things on my daughter's nursery walls when she was a baby, and the boys, I've got two elder sons, and they were into the Flintstones, so I drew Flintstones. And then I drew the dinosaur, so it looked as though he was running out the room like that. And we had the Little Mermaid in the bathroom with her brush and the crab coming up, and he was like pretending to sing, you know, with his bow tie. So
I did
fun.
Jungle Book.
Oh,
So
did you?
I did Jungle Book all around Jake's room, and again, like you, you know, I just had like a CD or a video cover to copy, and then I did them all these lifestyle size all around his room, and he had that.
They were great
until he was about. I think how old he was. He was quite old, probably about 11 or 12 before we could bring ourselves to paint over it.
I know, because it takes you so long to do it.
Yes, and my sister Karen, she painted my son Charlie's room. It was Horace and Doris, I think it was, which I think have another connotation now, but at the time they were these two little creatures, and of course, you know, my painting was rough and ready, but it was okay, it was great for what it was, but hers was superb. And again, it took a long time for us to actually paint over it.
Do you remember years and years ago though, people, and my dad did this, and it horrified my mum, but people used to paint things underneath the wallpaper, or they used to paint messages under the wallpaper. And my dad, when he was wallpapering my bedroom actually, my mum was unaware until we took the paper off. He'd written the word boobs.
Well, thank goodness you took it off and it wasn't the next person that came and moved in.
She went, oh, Benny, what did you write that down there for?
Could have been worse.
Yeah. Well, yes, indeed, it could have been a picture, couldn't it? Yeah. Oops. Yeah. So I'm just sewing down this curve of the opposite greens. I want you to see the whole of the block all made up.
Yeah.
And the book actually tells you when you're pressing it is to press the seams inward. So sometimes you press the seams open.
Yes.
And then other times you actually press the seams inward.
Yeah.
So this is what we're going to do on this one.
And often you find it'll say press it towards the dark fabric and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's what you're meant to do.
Yeah.
We do it this way round.
Do we sell these little nifty irons, by the way?
Oh, I bought one from
sold out
Sewing
again.
Street actually. Yeah.
Every time
I think I must have just
that's
snuck
really
in there.
handy, and then they're sold out. Everybody else thinks the same.
And it's like
I love the mat.
Steamers.
That comes back in stock, and then it's sold out
It's
again within
I'm not
minutes.
surprised. It's
lovely,
a tool
isn't it?
that you need really.
Because I've got the big Prim ironing sheet, which I use as my ironing surface. Unless I'm obviously trying to iron clothes. And I've also got cutting mats, but I quite like the idea of that combined one.
Yeah.
As well, not instead of,
it's
but
more
as well
versatile,
as,
isn't it? You haven't got so many things to deal with, have you?
And I like, because you have to keep a cutting mat flat, otherwise it'll buckle.
Yes.
And it won't, because it's attached to the ironing mat. So I like that as well.
So I've just pressed this nice and flat, the opposite side. So this is where those two little fishtails come in. So as you can see, you've got these little fishtails, all the little ends of when you were sewing it together. So follow the square and just snip it down like that. So snip them off, then turn it round and then snip it off the other way to make that more of a perfect square. Just turn it round again and do exactly the same on the other side. So that's your next block. So it comes together really, really quickly. Have I got time to make up the other block, or should we?
Probably not complete, but we've got about 10 minutes left.
Have we?
Is it possible to put perhaps two blocks together?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, just to show you them joined together. So when you've got your blocks, just remember the curve goes round that way. So just position your fabric like that, because you're going to be quilting in between those in the star shape.
So I mean that's always a good exercise too, to lay it out.
Yes.
And then you leave the bits laid out, and then pick up the bits you're going to sew, and then put them back to check
exactly.
again. Yes.
Yeah, and that's how I worked with this one.
Yeah.
Because I you know, like I say, I wasn't sure what I was doing initially, but it does all come together.
That's really good. I think that's a testament to a well-written book as well,
Yeah.
because you know, you as a beginner quilter has actually started on a design that's possibly not a beginner's quilter's design, and yet you've achieved it and managed it.
Yeah.
So it just shows the instructions are good instructions in that book.
But I also believe as well, even within dressmaking, and again, you probably would agree with me on this, if you don't have really nice fabric, it looks a mess.
Yes. Well, I think
you just don't get the finish so well.
I do find it hard to love making something when I'm not in love with the fabric.
Yeah, I'm the same.
And you never really feel... I did make something, and it was a cowdle fabric, good quality fabric, but the fabric that I had bought, I don't know how I bought it, but somehow I bought this fabric, which was an industrial weight fabric, which I didn't even know that existed. And I struggled to sew. It would not sew. I tried ballpoint needle, stretch needle, micro stretch needle, tissue running down the seams, stable. I mean, it was really difficult. And I actually spoke to John Cowdell because I happened to be speaking to them. I didn't phone specifically. And they said, "Oh, I don't know how you got that. It's an industrial fabric. It's used, you know, it's for industrial machines." So it was one of those things, and I just thought, and I did it. I managed it, and I actually managed it by sewing strips of tissue paper down the seams and then peeling them off.
Yeah, you
but
can.
I was never happy wearing
Very
it.
fit. Yeah,
I was never happy
because
with
it's
it.
probably caused you so much
Yes,
stress.
exactly.
You remember that side of things. So if you, I don't know if you saw what I'd done there. I just literally joined it down the middle, okay, and then folded it over that way. And I'm just going to go down the seam. And this is, in a way, this is where the magic happens, isn't it?
Yes.
When you see
then
it all coming
all the
together.
bits coming together.
It's a bit of a lump there, so I'll...
Yes, because you've got loads of seams coming together there, haven't you? The other thing I know, I think some people call them a donkey, a thread saver. So basically a little square of fabric, and you start on the little square of fabric and then go straight onto that. And that, again, that stops it being pulled down.
Yep.
And then you cut that little square of fabric and then you bring it to the front of the work and you sew onto it. And you could do two, but you can use the same one. And it just stops that issue of starting off right on a point or a corner. So I mean, people call them donkeys, I think. Again, it's a quilter's thing. But I think you can also just call them a thread saver.
That would be my explanation of it, a thread saver. Yeah.
Well, it does, because it does save thread, because that's the other thing. When you're doing lots and lots of seams, and if you're leaving, you know, a sort of 8-inch or 6-inch thread tail every time, you're using a lot of thread, which you're just cutting off. So it's a good way of saving thread as well.
So that's the first part of your block, around there.
Great.
So obviously you would then press that.
Yes.
And then the next bit would go round there. So as you can see, you're gradually getting that curve coming round. If I just move that up there a little bit more and over here.
I know it's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, just so it's clear of the graphics, really.
Yes.
So you can see that circle, coming round. And then when you make your other blocks, you know, as Wendy said, what I did as well was I arranged it on the floor first, so I could see the colourways and see how they worked. And then you move out then. So the next bit I did was I did 2 blocks on that side. So that would be like that.
So obviously you've got the picture in the book to follow, haven't you?
Yes, it's actually like that. And then on the outside, so you've got that. So they're actually pointing that way.
Yes, okay. So in fact, if you wanted to make it as a quilt cover, you just keep going.
Yes, you just keep on going and building up the circles. They have actually got a circle quilt in there. It looks complicated, but it's not really if you know what pieces go where and how you cut out them. Even if you have to make your own cardboard tool, you can do it.
Yes.
You know, and I got a lot of satisfaction out of doing this, I have to say.
That's good.
Daunting to begin with.
But, out of your comfort zone. But that's not a bad thing, is it? It's good to get out of your comfort zone sometimes.
But if I just explain as well what I did, this is not in the book, okay? So, you know, experienced quilters might think, well, what are you doing that for? I found it easier because I'm not a quilter and I like things to be quite sturdy to sew on. So what I did, every block that I did, I backed it with interfacing,
Right.
lightweight interfacing, which made it very firm.
So
or
this is
firmer.
when you're putting the blocks together?
Before
you put the
I
blocks
put the
together.
blocks together.
Right,
So
yeah.
each square had its own, that's
Piece
how
of
I
int-
did
yeah.
it. And then I joined all the blocks together so that when you come to do the backing and you're quilting, it's a lot firmer surface
Yes.
and it gives the same result.
Yes. But it's just got that bit more stability
Yeah,
to it.
yeah.
Because also a lot of your seams there are cut on the bias or the...
They are.
So it is good to be stabilised,
And that's
isn't it?
another, that because one piece, when I first started out, you can't see it on there now, but I did stretch the fabric a little bit. That's because I'm not a quilter. So I've had the idea of backing it with the interfacing, which stops it from stretching.
Yes. Yes.
Because you eventually cut it down to the, I think it's 29.5 inches square.
Yeah.
So you eventually cut it all the way down, and then you've got more than enough fabric to make this, or you can make half the size squares and make 2 smaller cushions, which I
Yes.
think is quite a nice idea.
Yes, because it is big.
It is
It is
huge.
big.
Yeah, it all depends on what you want it for.
Yes.
You know, and then the bits that you've got left over, you just literally sew 2.5 inches wide in a great big long snake, and then you use that as binding.
Yes.
So you sew that around the edge in 1/4 of an inch on the right side, then you turn it back, and then you can hand sew it all the way along the back, and it doesn't take that long.
No.
You know,
Yeah.
I sat down doing it when I was watching the television. So so it is actually quite an easy, simple.
Yes. So we've
project.
put these packs together with fat quarters and half meters.
Yeah.
But it is actually meant to be used with 10-inch charm packs, apparently.
Well, the
But you
actual
could use
pattern,
5-inch charms, and therefore you would be making
yeah,
smaller.
because the charm packs are generally, and I apologise in advance if I'm wrong here, but I think the charm packs are 5-inch square,
It's
and
the
layer
layer
cakes
cakes
are
at
10-inch square.
Yes.
So and the book, these are actually
what's
layer
the trade
cakes.
name by Moda? I see.
Yeah.
So layer cake is actually a Moda term. So you
There.
can't say that when they're 10-inch unless it's Moda.
Oh, right, okay, I didn't know that.
It's like jelly rolls.
Yeah.
That again is a jelly roll. That is a trademark term sort of thing. It's one that we all use to describe slips.
Yeah.
Oh, did Moda start a cake factory? Oh, they work from a. That's why they call them layer cakes
Layer
and jelly rolls, because they
cakes.
worked from a
Ah.
cake factory. They didn't have a cake factory.
I just thought it meant it made it sound nicer,
Yes,
you know.
Yes.
But
I did know that about the jelly rolls.
Yeah.
That you're not actually supposed to call them if they're all the strips. But of course, it's like we were saying earlier. It's like when you vacuum your floor. We all say we're hoovering.
Yes.
Which
yeah,
of
but
course,
the name of
that's
the
a brand name,
yes,
so-
yes. And did you know also? I don't know if you noticed in the hotel behind the reception desk. There's a little bit of a history of Redditch. They used
at
to
the
make
Forge
needles.
Museum. Yeah, the Forge Museum.
I didn't know
yes.
that was
Yes.
there. That you learn everything.
Yes. I'm not sure if that is where John James is, you know. But yes, I've been to there. I did an article on it many, many years ago. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
And these poor workers that did work with all these needles, they died of lead poisoning and things.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. Anyway,
It's Mother's Day. Let's
That's
think
a-
cheerful.
having a little bit of a chit chat here. Yeah.
So,
But I hope
thank
that
you.
helps
That-
people.
it
I
do-
I
I'm
really hope that
sure-
helps
I'm
people.
sure it does.
And I hope that I'm inspiring other people to try something a little bit different.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, and you know, and I know I'm going to go on to make something myself.
So
now.
what else are you going to make from the book?
Well, I'm going to do a similar pattern to this, but not
Yes.
exactly. But I like things matching in my house. So I've got some really nice curtains, and I had some fabric left over, and so I made this cushion out of the same fabric in the middle of the settees and that sort of thing. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose the same colour ways. And then make a table runner
All right, yes.
and quilt it. and then replace the cushion with the same thing, so there's two things that matches. That's how I like things to be. Not exactly, but I just like things, the colours to be picked up.
So that's what I've done. So like in my house, my kitchen diner it's like beige, and I've got a natural wood floor and soft grey walls. Yeah. But then I have got this really vibrantly coloured armchair in the corner.
Oh, wonderful.
And that's the thing. Well, this is it. I mean, with the book, I mean, that's me. That's what I like. And my sister Karen, who's more muted in her colour palette, she looks at it and she says, that's really you, Wendy. But she wouldn't choose that. But that doesn't matter, because what matters is when you're making your own, you make it in the colour palette.
It's individual, isn't it? Yeah. And it's like when you're dressmaking, there's several people that might have the same dress pattern, but they haven't got the same fabric.
We'll all make it differently.
So it's all very
Anyway,
similar.
I have to say...
Oh, we could chatter for all week.
I have to say thank you ever so much. It was a really clear demonstration.
Oh, thank you.
And now I'm going to ask you a question that you don't know the answer to. Do you know when you're back again?
I don't
know.
No, I know that they are collating the dates for April, so I'm sure it will be April.
Right, lovely.
So I don't think it'll be that long, but they're so busy behind the scenes here.
Of course they are. They're very busy, and they're not here, of course.
Exactly,
because
and of course they're
working
sort
from
of
home.
They're a bit more stressed because obviously there's less people, I think, as well. So we just have to bear with them.
Yes, and
they're lovely people.
They are
lovely people.
Well, not all of them. I mean, there's a few. No.
Elliot,
I can just see that Kat's little head through the gallery window there, and I don't mean it at all.
No.
Thank you ever so much for that.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
I hope you do enjoy the book, and put it on the fan page when you've made something.
I will do. Yeah, that's
what you've done.
People would know here. I do make little things, and I've put wedding dresses on here that I've made in the past, because it comes up on your memory, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So that's really fabulous. Yeah. Don't forget, we've got the book, which is back in stock today because it has sold out in the past. It is $16.99. 25 ways to sew jelly rolls, layer cakes and charm packs. So that's what you had. Modern quilts from contemporary pre-cuts is what it's called on there. Lots and lots of designs in there, and some are easier, some are harder, so it's going to stretch those that are accomplished. It's going to give newbies times to have a go at things that are quite simple. Lots of them just use small amounts of fabric, so you can do these with fat quarters. And then, of course, there are projects that you're going to need more fabric. So it's all clearly explained. So you've got sort of everything you need, and then step-by-step instructions with lovely, clear illustrations. Great book. We also have 2 bundles. The one that Rachel was working with today is this bundle here. So first of all, you get 4 half meters. So it's 2 meters there, 4 half meters of plains, 4 different plains. So it's a solid plain fabric. So these are going to make your prints pop out. And then you have 5 fat quarters. And how you use them on the design is entirely up to you. You can see how she placed them. So she had like a plain next to a print, so that you then make the print really pop out. Okay, so that's our first bundle, and then the second bundle is the one that she's used for the cushion that's behind me. And this one we've got yellow, this is our traffic light bundle, you said, Elliot, didn't you? Yellow, green, red and white in the half metre pieces. And then these are teamed with these 5 fat quarters. So we've got that lovely sort of floral print, this sort of russet red self-print design, a little ditzy blue, a nice sort of vintagey looking flower, and then this lovely sort of sky blue really one. And that's what it can make. We're just going to look at that lovely cushion. Yes, and she's done, I mean, for somebody who doesn't patchwork and quilt, she's done an amazing design, hasn't she? And it really is big. I have to emphasise that, because I know in the book it doesn't look as big as it is. Shall I grab it down quickly and just let me show you the size of it, if I can do it without everything tumbling to the floor. Oh, it's heavy too. got a big cushion in. Do you know what I mean? It's a lovely big floor cushion, or if you put lots of cushions on your bed, you can put it on the bed, and then it's on top of it. It's absolutely lovely here, and it's just got a very simple envelope back, finished with 3 buttons. So it's really lovely, isn't it? So really lovely cushion. Oh, got that down there. And we do have on the website, just before we go, we've got quite a few other fat quarter bundles. We can do those in the next hour because it's all pre-cut, so we'll bring you to them then, but don't forget they are actually on the website now, so you can look at them. And post and packing is free today with the discount code MUMPMP. When you go to checkout, you'll see that. Coming back for the last hour in just a few minutes, when we're going to have the pre-cuts. We've got some fabulous fabric in the pre-cut bundles. And just remember that post and packing lasts all day today, right up until midnight. So even when we go off air after the next hour, you can still keep on buying anything from the website. So I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
While we're having to spend more time at home again, we're here to keep you busy and entertained. Sewing Street will be live every day from 8 AM, bringing you plenty of demonstrations with our experts in dressmaking, quilting, bag making, toy making, needle felting, embroidery and so much more. Our community of fellow sewists on the Sewing Street fans Facebook group are there to chat to you about whatever you're making, sharing photos and advice. Check out the Sewing Street Facebook and Instagram pages for fun competitions and offers.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Hi, welcome back to the final hour today on our Mother's Day shows. Don't forget, free post and packing today. Put the discount code in, MUMPMP. So you put that code in when you get to the checkout and it says basket summary, and then you put in a little arrow which says discount, click on that, put the code in. If you're phoning your order through, just tell the people when you phone it through and the discount applies, and it applies all day until the end of the day at 11:59.59 seconds. So there's anything that's been on the show, or indeed anything else on the website. So there's something that you want to buy, do go and buy it today, get your free P&P, and it's particularly good if you've got some little items that are quite low price, because it kind of makes more sense to buy them with free post and packing. So what have we got to play with now? Look, can you see how I'm standing here? So I've got one shoe on and one shoe off. So I'm going to, that's it. My true height. I'm going to put my shoe back on. I feel better with my shoes on. So we're going to start with these barley pop. And we were saying just now that we can't call them jelly rolls, but that's how we kind of think of them. Me, not necessarily everybody. So basically what you have is this huge, lovely load. I think 40 different strips, and they are, is it 2.5 inches wide, 40 strips of beautiful colours. And this is what you get, look. All these beautiful colours. Now these are hand dyed in barley, and where's the video? Where can we see that? On YouTube. Okay, so you can watch the video. It's a fascinating video. So it's really, really lovely way. It's sort of a wax resist, isn't it, technique? And all these beautiful colours. Now the trick when you're sewing with these or putting these together is don't try and match up. Just random, because they all go together. They're all beautifully coordinated, and so they're really lovely together. So this is set 1. So this is called Over the Rainbow. I'm just going to roll it back up again. It actually comes in a flat pack like this. That's how it comes. That's how yours will arrive. But I'm just going to put it away neatly, because I don't like it getting into a mess. And we also have the next one. Let's go for this one. This is, I think, this is this one, I believe. Let's have a double check. This is called Hello Hydrangea. That's that one then. That's that one. So that's that one. Okay. So this is Denim Grace, we've called, because of the blues look. So again, just roll that out, and 40 strips again, all of them 2.5 inches wide, and all of them are ballet, these ballet prints, barley. It's getting late in the day. Barley, as in Bali, the islands, yes, not Bali. It hasn't got an R in it. So they're wrong and I'm right. Aren't they beautiful? Because they're all hand dyed, yours will be unique. You know, it's not like a huge printing factory and everything's printed and everything's exactly the same. They'll all have slight variations. Obviously they use the same techniques, but there'll be slight variations in each piece, and the prints are beautiful. And the other thing you might notice is the print is sort of all the way through. So it's sort of double-sided. There is a right and a wrong side. Not that it particularly matters, because it's very difficult to tell. And when you're working with these strips, it sort of really doesn't matter. But they are absolutely beautiful. Lovely cotton, nice sort of crisp, fine cotton. And really beautiful to work with. And you can make quite stunning quilts just by joining the strips together. Bags. I've actually seen a skirt made out of these. That looked really good too. In fact, one of my tutors teaches that, so that's really lovely as well. Then we have, this one. This is blues. This is Hello Hydrangea. Have these got the wrong thingies in then? This one says Denim Grace. So I'll swap those over in just a second then. This is Hello Hydrangea. Look at that, all the blues and purples. And you see these colours. It is beautiful. Really lovely. And as I say, if you look if you look at these, and you can see that the print is on both sides all the time. So that's really lovely. And that will bring us to Delphine Brooks' confetti quilting idea, because these are perfect for that. But we're going to run through one more before we do. I'm going to roll that back up again. So this is so the final colourway is sort of more autumnal colours, spice. So that's called Spice. That's this one. So you get 40 strips of these, all these bags and things that are in here. Look at these, let me unroll these. These are really lovely autumnal shades, from ivories through to browns to bark, sort of rich colours. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? And as before, you know, the print is on both. Look at that leaf, isn't that lovely? As before, the print is on both sides. It's very, very good. And it's nice to know there's like a little bit of history. So these are from Bali. Every print is slightly different because they are hand printed. And what are we selling these for? $39.99 for your pack of these. They're beautiful. And you can just sew them together, and you've got a really amazing, colourful quilt, bag, whatever it is you make. And you don't have to do anything clever with them. And it's beautiful anyway. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. The really fabric does speak for itself. I mean, there are lots of other things that you can do with these. And of course, the book that we were looking at earlier has some ideas for these in it. And indeed, Stuart's book we had earlier on, his 100 quilt book, that had a couple of projects which was using these strips too. So that's something you can do. But we also have, what else do we all? We have lots of other things. Yes, so we also have, because bearing in mind that these prints are, as I said, I'm going to have to pick that one up later. Bearing in mind they are really great for this project, we thought we'd put this on as well. So this is the confetti quilting book. Oh, yes, the pictures are in the studio over on the wall over in the corner there. So I was on when Delphine did this. Fascinating technique. And she basically, I mean, I know quilters like cutting up their fabric, but this was madness. She cut them up into tiny little confetti bits. And then, with a rotary cutter, yes. She did. And then she's got these lovely little prints here. This is one of the ones. Can you see that? Does that glare all white? So, no, that makes it worse. So bed like that. So it's just lots and lots of little tiny bits. And then this is from which one? Oh, it's not one of these, but you could use one of these if you wanted to. And you've got this lovely idea. And so she has got here the instructions on how to do that. So it's clear instructions all the way through on exactly how to lay it out, cover it with netting, and then do some free motion embroidery over it. And then you can actually, if you wish to, you can then start adding some hand embroidery as well, which is something that I'm really into at the moment, doing that. But it's really lovely, lovely ideas, beautifully done. And then on the back here, you've got the tree patterns, so you can actually cut out these tree patterns. Or you can, of course, do your own trees, but they're there for you if you want to do the trees. And she tells you how to put them, sort of the bigger ones in the front, the smaller ones in the back, to make the distance, to make it all sort of look perspective. So that's really handy. That is $9.99 for the pattern alone. That's just for the pattern. Which one's the Moda one? So is this a bundle or just all by the half metres? So it's 4.5 metre bundle, £66.99 for 4.5 metres. So it's Moda the Blues, which this one I think they are blue. Oh, what's the second meaning? It's got a second meaning. Oh, I see, yes. The blues as in the blues. Okay. Oh, yes, look at this. This is, I think it's most obvious here, look. Can you see? Little notes, little quavers, crotchets. Look at this one here. Can you see? It's got little notes, little quavers and crotchets. But again, it's like when we were looking at the ones with the buttons on earlier. It's subtle. It's not OTT at all. It's really quite subtle. It's quite lovely. Jazz it up a little, it says on the side. I think musicians or people that are interested in music will appreciate this. So you can see the little musical notes here. Really lovely. Yes, yes, trebles, doubles. That's a sharp. It's a long time since I've played the piano. I will get back to it. Rachel's a piano player. So the next one, that's one. And then this one, this is just sort of like, it's almost like a C or something. This is really lovely too. It could be, couldn't it? It's really sweet. Oh yes, I see an audio waveform. Yes, I like that. That's quite a nice print again. So this is half-metre pieces. And you get, how many did we say you get? 9 half metres, so it's 4.5 metres altogether. Yeah, I mean, exactly, whether you have it horizontal or vertically, that looks really nice. And then this one, this looks intriguing. This looks like it's sort of dip-dyed. Yes, it is. Look at that. Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. Sort of mountains in the distance there, and it's the same. So if I opened it right up, it sort of goes from dark to light to dark again. Yes, like shimmers affecting on the ocean. This is Elliot. He's getting very poetic today, isn't he? It's always poetic. Oh, are you? Always poetic. I love the, oh yes, storage tub. So you can use your bosal to give the shaping. And yes, beautiful. And here we've got the notes again. So this one is more of a sort of a steely blue with the notes. They do. I mean, I mean, we were saying it's very subtle. It's not sort of blatant, but it's there. So it's something, you know, can you imagine making a tie out of this? You could, or a waistcoat. You see, I always think clothes, don't I? But, or, you know, a bag. If you wanted to put a really nice bag, you could make a message bag, a music bag. So definitely lovely. It is a lovely collection. And then it's a lovely soft cotton each time. So here we have another sort of stripe. Oh, is that what they're supposed to be? Okay. Music staves. Okay, yes, there are. You can see. That's what those little spots are. Where's my glasses again? It's amazing what you can see when you put your glasses on. Oh, yes. I just thought they were stripes. Yes, I can actually see their music staves. But I love the fact it is just so subtle. Oh, yes, oh, yeah, guitar fretboard, it could be. It's lovely, I like that. So that's really nice. That's a nice soft, and they all tone really well together, which is nice. I like the way on the side of it says "little bit of jazz" on the side of the panel. So this is another one of the ombre ones. So I have to open this right up so you can actually see the colours going all the way across from sort of blue to light to blue again. Lovely, isn't it? That's really nice. I like that. Well, I like them all. That's the thing. But you're getting them all because this is a bundle. Are these only as a bundle? Oh, so you can go on the website and get them as half-metre pieces. Does that mean you can get them in bigger pieces as well? So you can get them in bigger pieces as well. So now the next three we've got in this bundle, we're back to what I thought was just stripes, but is actually a music sheet. So there's the music sheet. I like this colour. This is a nice colour, isn't it? I think this is kind of a little bit more obvious. That's what it is, because of the darker colours, and you can actually see the notes and things. But they're not sort of totally defined. It's just sort of a hint of. It's really sweet. So it's a hint of that, and then this is shoot yes. And then this one. So it's the same again, but this time, let me just open it halfway. Yes, it's different. How the background makes a difference. It's sort of a creamy. It's not a white. It's a cream. But the background makes the pattern stand out more, doesn't it? Because it's dark. So you can have it subtle or you can have it bold. And then finally we have it's sort of I'll say black and white, but it's not. It's more like cream and white. Yeah, cream and navy. Yes, so this is the same print again. It's in this bundle. So this is a ½ metre bundle. You get 9 ½ metre pieces, so it's 4.5 metres altogether, and it's as a bundle at £66.99. We have a fat quarter bundle as well of the same fabric. So that's the ½ metre bundle, but we also have, look. Oh, so we're very limited on this. Look at this. 26 fat quarters. So it's those same beautiful prints, plus some. There's one solid I can see, but there's also some other sort of little note ones, and another solid. So in each of the colourways, there's a solid. Aren't they gorgeous? They're really nice. So these are fat quarters. 24 fat quarters. 26 fat quarters in this really lovely bundle. £99.99 for this really bundle. It's Moda again then, isn't it? Yes, so it's Moda. It's beautiful. Look at that. Oh, it's so lovely, isn't it? I love the way they've been laid. I wouldn't use it as a tape measure, but it's a nice decorative feature. I don't know, it's probably, the trouble is it might well have stretched, you see, because it's on print. So let's have a quick look. Here we are. 3/4, yes. So, you know, it's almost. But it is ribbon, and it's not meant as a tape measure. But, you know, it's a nice little thing. I always keep these ribbons that come on the fat quarters, because you can always use them for something. There'll be some trim that you can add, or of course as you know, gift up presents or something. It's really nice. Let's have a quick look at this Fun with Fat Quarters book. Now I know who wrote this. No, I don't know her quite well actually, yeah. So as we're looking at fat quarters, I'm just going to bring in, we've got quite a few books on, so if we don't get to them all today, please do look at them on the website. This is the one that I wrote. This is my first fat quarter books. And it's Fun with Fat Quarters, and the whole idea was to make projects using these wonderful fat quarters that we all get and don't know what to do with. So it's just lots of projects all the way through, and there's also, as well as having projects on using the fat quarters, I do like to add to techniques. So each project sort of has techniques. So it might be inserting a zip, it might be doing the bubble technique, making something reversible, doing a plique. Had to have shoes, didn't I? Yes. So I mean, a drawstring bag's so simple to make and so useful to take with you. Pop it in your suitcase. The flowers. So it's very simple. You could use a Moda tape measure of a drawstring. You could indeed, or even a strapping. And then at the front, there's lots of how to do bits. So there's a technique. So you've got techniques like adding piping, adding trims, using a twin. I love a twin needle for twin needle stitching. So all of these things, creating buttonholes and button loops, etc. So you get your techniques, and there's quilting. It's aimed more at beginners. It's aimed at people that want to have a go or that want to do a project quickly and simply. Because when you start, you do, I mean, fat quarters are a great way to start out. They're a great way to buy really good quality fabric, but a small piece. That's why the fat quarters are so good. And the idea of this is it's giving you ideas of what to do with those, but also lots of techniques in there so that you can learn how to do things as you go. So by the time you get to the end, you will be able to make all sorts of things. And of course, templates are in the back. I think they are to size. I'm just checking because these are only small. They're mostly sort of applique things. So, and that was one of my first ever quilts really, and it's got applique on it. So it's a little play mat with stippling stitch, and when you do numbers, you know, having to remember to do them the reverse way so that when you stick them on the right way, they read right. So lots in there for you to do. Very old photo, I shan't look at that. And that's a photo of me, yeah. That's when I had a fringe. I know. I can't remember, but it's at least 10 years ago. And this one here, this one using your sewing machine, it's a very useful guide to using a sewing machine, is the one that they're republishing next year. So I'm doing some new projects to go in that and some new techniques to add to it. So that's another new one that's coming out next year. Let's do some fat quarters having looked at the book. This one. So we've got little packs of these. Now these are sort of craft cottons really. So let's start with the blue pack. So a little pack here, it's called Seaside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little fat quarters for $7.99. 5 fat quarters for $7.99. So it's a really good price. I'm going to open one of them just so we can, I know, I'll do it very carefully, Elliot, I promise. I think it's just going gasp, gasp. I know exactly, I have to put them away, so I'll put them away neatly. Look at this, how much a fat quarter? $1.59 a fat quarter. So there it is. So it's a regular fat quarter. What a beautiful blue. But these are for craft, so these are great. They make good linings, sort of interior trims and things. Or if you're new, this is a really good way of starting out without it costing you a fortune. And especially with the free post and packing. So look at that, I'm putting it together very neatly, Elliot. Are you all right? No one would have known I've even been in it. No, you can't. I'll rip them. You'll never know. Okay, so that's the blues. That was the lovely blues. This one here, so that's the brights. Look at that. Do you remember those threads we were looking at earlier, those Gutermann threads? They would go with this perfectly, wouldn't they? Look at those lovely, lovely bright colours. It's always, I keep saying this today, it's always a good idea to have some plain fat quarters or half meters in your stash because you will always find a use for them. So they're really nice, nice bright colours there. That's the brights, again $7.99. There's the blush. So here we have a very soft pink and sort of coral, raspberry, lilac and purple, but I'm sure they've got fancy names and they're not just those. That's what you have there. So it's just 5 fat quarters for $7.99. It's a really lovely little pack. It's a lovely little gift as well. Yes. Do you know, I was just going to say that. So Kat just beat me to it. She said, if you're going to fill up a sewing basket with bits and pieces, that's a lovely little thing to put into that basket. And here's our final one here. So this is, what do we call this one? Spring. So this is spring. So we've got the traffic light colours here. So it's really lovely. But they're just handy to have. It'd be, I think, very tempting, not wishing you to spend your money, but I think it would be very tempting to get all of them at that price. I think that's just such a lovely collection like that. And it's $7.99 each, so it's 8 times 4 is 32-ish. So it's just under, isn't it? So just under £32 for getting all of those would be, but you know, that's just, don't have to do that. Obviously you can buy them as a single pack, but I just think that's a lovely collection there. Right, the Alison Glass panel. Oh yes. This was kind of thrown in at the last minute. It had to be thrown in at the last minute because I love this. Love this. So this is the Allison glass panel. This is half of it. So this is half of the panel. So you get this beautiful design because the other half is the same beautiful design. So if I opened it right out, I don't want you to think it's one small piece back and front. That's it. Huge, huge design. So this is going to, I've ordered this. I'm waiting for it to come. Yes, I know. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make 2 large cushions. So this will be the front, and then for the back I will use, I'll have to have half meters because a fat quarter isn't quite that big, I don't think. So I will use a half meter to do the back. I'm going to machine embroider over it, and then I'm going to add some hand embroidery and some beading to make 2 cushions. I should do, yeah. That's my binge watching job. So because my living room, my walls are white and my settees are taupe or mocha or whatever colour you want to call them, beige. And my cushions that I have on them, I have quite a lot, and they are colourful, really colourful, and that's what I like to do. So I've got a colourful rug and colourful cushions, which means I can change that whenever I want to. But that's what I'm going to do. And I know my sister's also bought this, and she's going to do similar things. She's going to make cushions with it. So we're going to have the same. It's lovely. It's a beautiful panel. It's only £9.99. You know, it's such a good price for this lovely panel. If you're, yes, that's, I know we keep saying this, but I know people don't watch all the way through. Sometimes they just flick on. So don't forget, today, Mother's Day, we've got free post and packaging all day today, whether it's something you're buying from the show now, from the telly, from the website or whatever, all the way through the day. You don't have to keep your basket open to get it. You can check out again and again and again, and you can just keep applying that same code, MUM P&P. That's the code you apply. So it's a great day. It's a great day to get some of the smaller items that you wouldn't necessarily want to pay that post and packing for. Which one shall I go for? Or if you've never shopped with us, which one am I going for? Oh, book, yes. Let me grab these books. I know you just do this to keep me fit. So again, because we've got these pre-cut fabrics, so on the show today, because I don't think we'll get to all of them, we've got fat quarters, we've got design rolls, I'm trying to think what we say not for them, and we've got the 10-inch charm packs, which Moda will call a layer cake, but that's the brand name. So 10-inch charm packs. So these are great. This is what you use for this book here. And there's, as with all these books, I mean, it's difficult to say something different about them because they're all beautifully produced, clear instructions, step-by-step instructions. Oh, it's got lots of mix and match blocks. That's nice too. And it's all about your colour choices that make the difference. This is the beauty of making yourself. You can have something in bright, bold colours. You can have a muted palette. You could have a blues palette. So you can do that. I mean, look at the colours on that. Leaf peeping. That's sweet, isn't it? So lots of different things, all beautifully described with steps, with flowers, with colour photographs to help you go through, or colour diagrams. So it's a very nice book. So this is 15 blocks. 15 blocks for £18.99. So it's really lovely. So it's a nice book. So it's something we've made some things from this, or not. I say this is the royal we. Somebody on Sewing Street at some point has made something from this in the past. So again, it's got some at the front here. It's got a few sort of techniques, quilting basics, finishing, binding, etc. Always helpful to have. That's lovely. I'm going to come back to those other books in a minute, but don't forget we have got those books for later. We've got this one here. Oh, we've got 2. So this is it's another little fat quarter pack which has got 4 fat quarters in it, but these are printed. You've got a floral there, got a little gingham check, got another little floral. And look at this. This is very spring-light, isn't it? It's a little ditzy floral. So they're, again, very handy, very pretty colours. Little fat quarters, make some lovely projects with those. Whether it be, I mean, you know, you've got your quilts, you've got a fat quarter toys book there. We've also got jelly rolls in a quilt. We've obviously got My Fun with Fat Quarters. I think my other 2 books you said had sold out, hadn't you? So that's a really nice fat quarter pack for just $6.99 for 4 fat quarters. We have a similar one, but this is blacks and monochromes. I'll do it. Elliot's not watching. I'm doing it. Let's just pull them. I'm not going to open them all up, but I am going to just spread them out. Look at those. And the thing with fat quarter packs is they're put together in a way that they all work together. And that's the lovely thing about fat quarter packs, that you know that they're all going to work. So that's a really lovely pack. 4 fat quarters for just $6.99. The toys fat quarter one. Where's the toys fat quarter one? Oh, the book. The book, yes, of course. 50 fat quarter. I thought I was trying to find a fabric with toys on it. 50 fat quarter toys. And look at that. $12.99. Look at and they've got the patterns in the back, look, which is handy. Lots and lots of patterns in the back there. Oh, soft skittles, that's a good one for indoors. 4 in a row, that's like Connect, isn't it? Look at that. So this is a book which has got projects from lots of different makers. So this one's Sarah Ashford. She's one of the tutors for a festival. So a lot of these people we know. So lots and lots of completely different things here. Real sort of fun games. Oh, look at that owl glove puppet. Look at that, cute, isn't it? Very cute. Hopscotch playmat. Oh, do you remember hopscotch? Do you remember hopscotch, or is that just me? Yes, I do agree. I wouldn't put it on a slippy floor, but this is just for photograph. It's just for photography. Otherwise, can you imagine jumping out? Shwee! The kids will love it. So yes, these are all made out of fat quarters. So 50 different projects. Memory game. Oh, I remember that too. These are good old games, these are. So you put all those and you have to take one away and remember it. Obviously, noughts and crosses. Shoot for the stars. I think you throw little balls and you have to get the stars. I think these are great. They're great fun games. Things you can pack as well and take on holiday. They're not going to break. You can just pack them away. Make little drawstring bags from some of your fat quarters to put them in. So just quite cute. Oh, and now look at that little 5-eyed alien. And we had that other book earlier, and when we had the pony that Rachel made, Ursula the unicorn. Oh, these are so sweet. All fun. So these are all made out of fat quarters. And some of them are more complex than others. Some of them are really easy. So you've got a nice mixture there. So you can choose the level that you want to make. Look at hungry little piggy. his little bowed legs. Sorry. I'm just laughing away to myself in the studio. He's got little bowed legs. I think it's very sweet. Oh, a little bee. I've got my bee at last. My little buzzy bee. Keep seeing bees everywhere. Teddy. Oh, monkey. Hunky monkey. Bits and bobs. I think these are really sweet. So really lovely, fun little toys to make. So with your fat quarters. So that's really nice too. All right, let's have one of these ones then, yes? Look at this. Scrummy yummy. Look at that. Wow. Look at all those colours. You weren't there when I undid another one, Elliot. He's gasping in my ear. We can do it back up again. I've been quite good with most of them. There, look at that. I have to spread them out a bit. So what are these? These are $99.99, and you get, how many do we get in here? 30 fat quarters. But aren't these beautiful colours? And these are kind of like quite soft colours. They are springy, but almost summery in a way, in that they kind of got that, you know, that you get that haze when it's a really hot day and colours kind of mute a bit. Yes, I wasn't going to say dust haze, but yeah, look at that. I'm going to run out of space for all of these. Look at this one. Bring these down. So you've got to sort of go through all these different colours. And I mean, you don't have to use them like this. You can mix up the colours. But they've got them beautifully coloured, coordinated. They all complement with each other. So it's really, really beautiful. Just trying to get to the rest. So how many did we say again you get? You get 30 of these. That's lovely. And again, it's a beautiful cotton. It's a lovely soft cotton with a print. Let's have a look at one of them. Isn't that beautiful? They are flowers. But these look like butterflies on them, don't they? But I think they're flowers. Of course you could free motion, yes, absolutely. You can do that indeed. Yes, different scales of prints, different prints and different background colours. So you've got a really lovely mix. But as I say, they've obviously coordinated it so it looks beautiful when you buy it as a bundle. But there's absolutely no reason why you can't put those together, because they've got the same colourways. They are coordinated together. Equally, I could put that one with that one. So they do colour coordinate all beautifully together. It just makes it so easy when you're looking at doing a project and you need a collection of prints, and rather than spend hours looking through what you've got and trying to work out what goes with what, you get a bundle like this and everything goes with everything, and the biggest decision you've got to make is which one you use now and which ones you leave for later. But you've got the choices of them already. So they are absolutely beautiful. We do have another one. I'm just trying to neaten these up. I'm going to have to leave it and do it later. Sorry, Ellie. I'm going to have to just he's just said, don't worry, I'm not really bothered. I'm only joking. But anyway, you're doing it. So I'm not going to get this one out now then. So this is the next one. Look at this. These are bright colours, aren't they? Do you want me to get these open? I think we need to, don't we? Because you've got to see these colours. Let's have a look. It's like having a present for me, opening these. I mean, this has got a bit of a tight knot. This hasn't been opened before. Ooh, just trying to open this knot here. Just talk amongst yourself. Free post and packing today, by the way, whilst I'm doing my knot. Don't forget that. So that's that one. Let's spread some of these out. Just kind of fan them, just so you can see the different print. Look at that little ditsy. Just really sweet. I love these colours. Oh, this is kind of like a gardening theme. What's this one called? Homestead. It's got, and again, they've sort of been put in a collection with the colour tones going together, but you can mix and match these to your heart's content. Big quilts, some of these projects that are asking for fat quarters, you can do it with that. You can cut simple squares out of these and then join them back together and have a very simple patched quilt using fat quarters and squares, and it will just look glorious with all of these different colours. Oh, I unfolded that one. So yes, it is really lovely. I love the little watering cans, look, aren't they cute? So all of these, I mean, you're getting all of these, there's 30. All of these for $99.99. So what does that work out per fat quarter? Just testing your maths there. It must be £3 something, mustn't it? £3.33, yeah. Should have been able to do that in our head, shouldn't we? Look at that. Oh, so Sue wants to give her mum a shout out. Let's have a look at the message. Hello, please send out Happy Mother's Day to my mum, Sandra from Sue. Hope you're having a relaxing day sewing. See you when we come to finish the dress. Oh, that's intriguing. Yes, Happy Mother's Day to you, Sandra, and to Sue. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you for that. And yeah, we want to see that dress too when it's finished. So yes, please do show. Happy Mother's Day to everybody that's out there, every mother and grandmother who's out there. So look at that. Yeah, so that's our second selection here. This is the, which one was this again? This is the Moda Homestead. So 30 fat quarters in this lovely pack. So that's really nice. Good quality fabric. Oh yes, the 10-inch charm packs. I've never used one of those and I'm intrigued by those. I've used 5-inch ones, but never a 10-inch one. Just pop these together again. I don't want to mix up the prints. Okay, I'll just grab them. So we're going to start with this one. So this is a Riley Blake. So these are 10-inch squares, and you get, how many squares do we get? 42 squares. There's got a shadow, aren't they? So this, look at these. These are, what I'm going to do is, can I edge that down? No. There we are. I've just wanted to pull that label down so that I can flip them over better. So there's a lot you can do with these. Look at these lovely colours. This is Riley Blake fabric. So there's sort of 3 of that design. What does that say? I have to turn that up now. Poppy. It's all just different wording there. And then, so it looks like there's 2 or 3 of each. These designs, they're gorgeous, aren't they? And it's, again, it's really good quality fabric. You can feel the quality in the fabric as I'm turning it. They're bright, they are summery, but they're not sort of over the top, are they? I mean, this is quite nice and soft. And look again, so the same sort of design, but in different colourways. Oh, look at these beautiful floral ones. These are gorgeous. So there are projects for these in some of these books that we've got today. So you're looking for books that say layer cakes or 10-inch squares. And this is our 10-inch square bundle from Riley Blake. That's sweet, isn't it? They're all made to go with each other. So whether you put pink with pink or pink with one of the other colours, look at this lovely print again. It looks beautiful in the white, the black and this. That's really lovely. All complementing, yes. Is it complementing with an I when it's complementing, or is it complementing with an E when it's complementing? It is, isn't it? It's with an E. Well, you have to, because if it's with an I, it means it's free. If it's with an E, it means it goes together. So E for everyone. Okay, so if you think about, is it complementary, is it's going with something, it's E. That's one. Or you've just taken one of mine away. It's sold out already. Okay, so that's one of the packs there. That was the Riley Blake. Now let's look at this one. This is Moda Yesterday. So again, you get 42. Ah, $39.99. I'm just going to, I don't want to sort of unwrap them completely because I know it's difficult, but if I can get to the corners. So this is more autumnal, isn't it? Yes. Again, lovely quality cottons. Different designs, all the sort of autumnal colours, spicy colours. Cherries again. So that's 42, did you say? 42. 42. And they're all 10-inch. So again, you've got some 2 of the same, some 3 of the same, some individual, and then you've got the same design but on different colour backgrounds. So it's a really good mixture which mixes well with each other. There's so much you can do, and I think the thing is about these, I mean, you know, as a lazy quilter, you can actually just join these together in 10-inch squares. You get a big quilt very, very quickly, but with all these beautiful prints, you know, it's really, you can get something quite stunning, very effective, quite simply. And of course, now yesterday we had the ultra wide fabric, didn't we? The backing fabric. So if you are thinking about doing a big quilt, it's a good idea to look for that. So all of those, so all sort of really spicy autumnal colours on that one. That's really, really nice. A message from Alex. So it's, I'm sure you can read this on your screen, but just in case, if you're like me and visually challenged at home, I'd love to say a happy Mother's Day to our wonderful, beautiful mum, Pet. We're so thankful for you and we love you with all our hearts, all our love, Alex, Sam, Charlie and Georgia. And it's Alex that sent that. Isn't that lovely? Oh, has she? Oh, that's really nice to hear. Thank you, Pet, for watching us since the beginning this morning. Meant you were up quite, yeah, hope you have a lovely Mother's Day. I'm sure it means you can't see them all, but hopefully you can have conversations with them at least. So that should be good. And we will be getting together soon. We will be getting together soon. We're all getting our vaccination. You know, it's coming to an end. It's got to come to an end. Anyway, last lot of fat quarters. This one. Ah, so right. So these are fat quarters again, but these are craft cottons. So they're sort of Hessians and things like that. Which one did you want to start with? This one. Okay. So this one is the first one. So it's almost, so there's lots of red. So this feels like ticking. That's what I'm saying. It's not your traditional soft cottons. It's a nice mixture of fabrics. So you've got red. Another red. So what are these? These are $14.99 and we have 5. A stripe, a spot and a big floral. This is like sort of almost a linen-y feel to it. Obviously it's not linen. Yes, this is something like you could make, so Kat's given me some ideas here. So like jam jar covers, line a picnic basket, things like that you can certainly use these for. Things sort of outsidey projects these would be good for. Really lovely, and I just love, you know, mixing up spots and stripes. I think that's really lovely. So $14.99 for those 5. This one. Okay, so this is an intriguing bundle as well. So we have Hessian. It says fat quarter of Hessian. Weird, isn't it? But have you tried rug ragging? Rug ragging is it's hard for me to say that with my R's. Rug ragging is a really fun technique to use, and you use up lots of your little bits and pieces of fabric that you've got left, and you use Hessian, so that would be really good. It's also sort of got a canvasy looking one with hearts on, a gingham type. That's got a soft fill, and then here on the top we've got this sort of more, this is very like snowflakes. Yes, it's kind of like a Christmassy look, nod to Christmas. It almost gives you the Scandinavian look because they like these sort of the reds and the whites and greys. So that's really nice. It's a really sort of intriguing different pack, some different techniques and crafts to try with that. This one. So this one again. This is another one with a mixture. So these feel like, they're like linens or Adas, you know, so you could do cross stitch and things with these. It's a weave, and of course you've got the kind of ginghamy type there. Little hearts, can you see the little white hearts on that one? And then spots. You've got the spots on that. So that's a nice little pack as well, £12.99. Just something a bit different when you want to make some different kind of things, more robust things. Well, this is, now look at this. Oh, the printed one, yes. Okay, so this one, 5 fat quarters for £9.99. And you have a print with sort of wording on it. It's just some fun wording. It's French country lace curtains. It's a funny way of spelling it. Curtains. Rue de France. So yes, it's kind of like a bit of French there on it. Look, it's very sweet, isn't it? You could make some fun things for the kitchen out of that, I think. And also it has, I think this is calico, so you've got a fat quarter of calico in there, and then you have the sort of more linen type, sort of coarse linen type, which you could actually use for embroideries and cross stitches and things. And again, another thicker piece here. I'm not sure if that's calico or something like it's sort of canvas. It feels like it's canvas actually. And then it finishes again with another one with French wording all over it. So that's is it a French bundle? What do we call this one? Oh, printed fat quarters. Yes, natural. So that's another. It's just a fun bundle, and it'll spark some ideas and some inspiration because it's different, completely different. And finally, tartan prints. They're 100% polyester, but they all feel different, and that's the thing with polyester, it can be completely different. £5.49 for 4 fat quarters. So this one's like a brushed fat quarter. Put my teeth back in again. This one is like soft brush cotton, and this is has a more linen-y feel to it. This one has more genuine sort of cotton. They basically work out at £1.37 a fat quarter, and you're not paying post and packaging, so it's all it is if that's your only purchase today. So that's again, it's just different, and you could make something. I hate to say this because this is being too gender specific, but you can make something quite manly with some of these, you know, wash bag or something. Because remember, what you can do is you can use that coating to give it a washable surface. That's the Odie coat. So that's that one. One final book, which is this one. So this book here, I love this. Jelly quilts in a weekend. Sounds good to me. So this is really good. So these we'll be using these sort of designer strips for. These is what we use these for. So this is a perfect book for that sort of thing. And again, it's got lovely colour photography throughout, and lots of, lots of general, we've made lots of things out of this. So lots of circles of friends. I like things that, again, we miss Friends, your own Friends or Friends TV show. Yes, don't we all miss our friends? So these are really lovely quilts. Again, nice clear instructions on how to put it all together. Lots and lots of ideas here. And starting with simple strips, basically. And then you can cut them. You can always cut your fabrics into strips to make your own designer rolls. You're just using 2.5-inch strips. And here, of course, they've been then cut into squares, triangles. There's all sorts you can cut them into. But the basis is just your strips. So it's very lovely, a bit different. Oh, look at this, even a honeycomb. That's interesting. That is interesting, yeah. It's all made out of these, all these different designs. And as I said earlier, when we were looking at the bigger, the 10-inch charm squares, you just look at that, you can see what I mean. If you just join those squares together, you get a really dramatic, colourful quilt. So simple. That's all you have to do if you want something very, very quick and simple. So lots and lots of inspiration in here. Gives you ideas of what to use all these wonderful fabrics for. And you just don't, look at this again. This is just strips put together. Very simple designs. and it just looks so good. If you've got the right fabrics, you can make very stunning things, quilts, bags, placemats, etc., just using your good fabrics, and having the inspiration in a well-written book is very helpful. Oh, I like that. I just like the simplicity of that. If I turn it over. Oh, you've made that one. Oh, there. See, that's lovely. I love it. This is lovely, isn't it? Very simple. Skyline, that's good. That's interesting. Skyline. So yes, very, very nice. Very lovely. Oh, I like those. Look at the colours of that one. So hopefully we've inspired you this hour to use your pre-cut, whether they are fat quarters or design rolls or 10-inch charms, or 5-inch charms, whatever it is you have. Using the pre-cuts makes the life a little bit simpler, because usually they come in packs so that the colour coordination has been done for you, which makes life a lot easier for you. So thank you very much for joining me today. I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Let me tell you what we're doing tomorrow, but don't forget the free post and packing until the end of today, midnight tonight. But tomorrow, what have we got? We have got native lighting. Is Claire coming in for that? So Claire is coming in with her native lighting. That's at 8. 9 o'clock, we've got man cave fabric. Interesting. Sounds interesting. Then we've got stained glass sunrise panel, Amber makes. That sounds great. And then we've got sewing room tools. And then we have Sincerely Louise with Yarn Lane's knitted animal heads. And they are really fun. They really are fun. Who's the presenter tomorrow? So it's Rebecca Reed with you tomorrow. So she will be bringing all of those and having great fun while she's doing it. Don't forget the free post and packing. All the way up, code is MUM, P and P. So I really do hope that you enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you again. I believe it's the 23rd of March. See you then. Have a nice day. Bye.